Act, the Highland Park Board of Education has given adequate notice of this meeting by having published the date, time, and place of this meeting in the Home News Tribune and has posted notice of this meeting at Bartle School, 435 Mansfield Street, Highland Park, New Jersey. The next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Item number 3 is an error. Okay? All stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Linda Hofola. I'm the board secretary for the Board of Education. I'm sitting in this spot temporarily until we go through the initial parts of the reorganization meeting. It's my responsibility to report the final election results from the election that took place in early November. The final results were candidate Jerry Aversa received 1,652 votes. Candidate Darcy Simarusti received 1,616 votes. Candidate Ann Sherber received 1,595 votes. These will be the newly and re-elected board members, and it is time to invite Darcy Simarusti to the board member table and swear in the new board members at this time. I would like to welcome all of you to the board, and I would like to ask you to recite after me the oath of office. Darcy, did you recite? No, this one is Darcy's. Sorry. Would you guys just down to Darcy? I'm going to ask you to recite after me the oath of office, and then afterward I will ask you to print your name and sign your copy. I also have another copy I will sign, and I'll ask you to fill in your part after the meeting. So if you'll all repeat after me. I do solemnly affirm.
I do solemnly affirm.
Can you get closer to the microphones, please?
Yes. Is my mic on?
Yeah. That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
And the Constitution of the State of New Jersey.
And I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
And to the governments established in the United States and this state.
And to the governments established in the United States and this state.
Under authority of the people.
Under authority of the people.
And I do affirm that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law.
And I do affirm that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law.
For the office of member of a Board of Education.
For the office of member of a Board of Education.
And that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly.
I will faithfully, impartially, and justly
perform all of the duties of that office according to the best of my ability.
Perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability.
Once again, congratulations and welcome to the board. I would like to invite the members of the audience that are sitting on this side of the room. If you would like to, you could move over to this side. When it's time for the presentation, you're not going to be able to see it on that side, but you can do that later. The next item is the discussion and signing of the Code of Ethics and Conflict of Interest Statement. Just before the meeting, I passed out to each of you a copy. The first page is a document just confirming that you received it, which I'll ask each of you to fill out your name and sign it. And then I would like to review briefly the two documents that are attached, which are the Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics for school board members. I'm going to, I hate to read the whole thing, but I'm going to try to read as much as I can so you can get the gist of it. Maybe I'll read the whole thing. Sorry. Okay, under conflicts of interest, I'm going to read fast. No school official or member of his immediate family shall have an interest in a business organization or engage in any business transaction or professional activity which is in substantial conflict with the proper discharge of his duties in the public interest. No school official shall use or attempt to use his official position to secure unwarranted privileges, advantages, or employment for himself, members of his immediate family, or others. No school official shall act in his official capacity in any matter where he, a member of his immediate family, or a business organization in which he has an interest, has a direct or indirect financial involvement that might reasonably be expected to impair his objectivity or independence of judgment. No school official shall act in his official capacity in any matter where he or a member of his immediate family has a personal involvement that is or creates some benefit to the school official or a member of his immediate family. No school official shall undertake any employment or service, whether compensated or not, which might reasonably be expected to prejudice his independence of judgment in the exercise of his official duties. No school official or member of his immediate family or business organization in which he has an interest shall solicit or accept any gift, favor, loan, political contribution, service, promise of future employment, or other thing of value based upon an understanding that the gift, favor, loan, contribution, service, promise, or other thing of value was given or offered for the purpose of influencing him directly or indirectly in the discharge of his official duties. This provision shall not apply to the solicitation or acceptance of contributions to the campaign of an announced candidate for elective public office if the school official has no knowledge or reason to believe that the campaign contribution, if accepted, was given with the intent to influence the school official in the discharge of his official duties. No school official shall use or allow to be used his public office or employment or any information not generally available to members of the public, which he receives or acquires in the course of and by reason of his office or employment for the purpose of securing financial gain for himself, any member of his immediate family, or any business organization for which he is associated. No school official or business organization in which he has an interest shall represent any person or party other than the school board or school district in connection with any cause, proceeding, application, or other matter pending before the school district in which he serves, or in any proceeding involving the school district in which he serves, or for officers or employees of the New Jersey School Board Association, any school district. This provision shall not be deemed to prohibit representation within the context of official labor union or similar representational responsibilities. No school official shall be deemed in conflict with these provisions if by reason of his participation in any matter required to be voted upon, no material or monetary gain accrues to him as a member of any business, profession, occupation, or group to any greater extent than any gain could reasonably be expected to accrue to any other member of that business, profession, occupation, or group. No elected member shall be prohibited from making an inquiry for information on behalf of a constituent if no fee, reward, or other thing of value is promised to, given to, or accepted by the member or a member of his immediate family, whether directly or indirectly, in return therefor. Nothing shall prohibit any school official or members of immediate family from representing himself or themselves in negotiations or proceedings concerning his or their own interests. And employees of the New Jersey School Board Association shall not be precluded from providing assistance in the normal course of their duties to boards of education in the negotiation of a collective bargaining agreement, regardless of whether a member of their immediate family is a member of or covered by a collective bargaining agreement negotiated by a statewide union with which the Board of Education is negotiating. I know it's a lot of legal stuff. This one's a lot shorter. The Code of Ethics to School Board Members, but this is even more important than the conflict of interest. Most of the stuff I just read is I think, pretty common sense. Not that this isn't. Okay, a school board member shall abide by the following code of ethics for school board members. I will uphold and enforce all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Board of Education and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes shall be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures. I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sexual, or social standing. I will confine my board action to policy-making, planning, and appraisal, and I will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action that may compromise the board. I refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interest or partisan political groups, or to use the schools for personal gain or for the gain of friends. I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. In all other matters, I will provide accurate information and, in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its school. I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Officer. I will support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties. And lastly, I will refer all complaints to the Chief Administrative Officer and will act on the complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution. Thank you for your time and patience in letting me read all of that. So as I said, if each board member would print their name, sign, tear off just the top sheet, and retain the next two sheets so that you can read through these documents at your leisure, I'd appreciate that. I'm sorry, I did notice that myself, being a female. But I didn't want to take the time to say he or she. So thank you for understanding. Okay. Then, at this time, now that we have all the board members seated, I would like to take a roll call. Ms. Aversa?
Here.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Here.
Ms. Bull?
Here.
Ms. Sumarusti?
Here.
Mr. Dietz?
Here.
Ms. Hughes?
Here.
Mr. Ross?
Here.
Ms. Scherber?
Here.
Mr. Sherman? Here. Thank you. My final act in this role will be to conduct the election for the President of the Board of Education. I would like to ask if there are any nominations at this time.
I would like to nominate Dan. Second.
Okay, Ms. Aversa seconded. Are there any other nominations? Okay, I will call a vote for this. Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Can you speak a little closer to the
Yes.
mic? Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simarusti?
No.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman? Yes. I'd like to welcome Diane Ross as the President of the Board, and now we're going to play some musical chairs.
Where am I going? Where do you want me to go? Next to Kathy? Okay. There's Mark. I'll take my Chromebook.
Because we're missing a student delegate. Thank you, everyone. I will just move along here and, as my first order of business, see if there are any motion or any nominations, thank you, for the office of Vice President.
I'd like to nominate Adam Sherman.
I second.
Roll call, please.
Any other nominations?
Yes, any other nominations?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Welcome, Adam, as Vice President. I will get the hang of this at some point.
Just throw it. Just toss it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the support.
For the next item of business, we have delegates and alternates to New Jersey School Boards Association and Middlesex County School Boards Association. So I would like to see if anyone is interested in serving as the delegate to the New Jersey School Boards Association.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Darcy? Okay, Darcy, we'll put Darcy in.
I'm also interested.
Claire, okay.
Do we want to decide on who's the alternate?
I'm happy to be either.
Claire?
I'm happy to be the delegate.
Okay.
You know what? I don't think there's communications. Is it later on? Oh, good. I forgot to change the date.
I think we just roll through.
We're going to have to actually approve them.
Do we approve them, each one, or?
We should move 11 and 12.
Okay, and for item 12, we need a delegate and alternate to the Middlesex County School Boards Association.
I'd like to be the delegate.
Jerry?
Jesse?
Jesse.
Sorry.
And as the alternate?
I'll serve as the alternate, if nobody else would like to.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So I will move items 11 and 12 at this time. Yes. Could we have someone, is there a motion to?
Actually, you don't need to move 11 and 12.
We don't move them.
No, they're just volunteers. Item 13 is the first item to make a resolution.
Okay, do I move this or does someone else move this? So how do I say this?
Yes.
Okay, for item number 13 and 14, do we have are there any comments?
13 and 14? Just 13.
Just 13. I will get the hang of this at some point.
13.
Do we have a motion to approve number 13, item number 13?
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Okay, Linda, roll call, please.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Could we have a motion to approve the corrections to the November 4th, 2013 minutes?
So moved. Oh, yeah, so moved. Yeah.
And a second, please?
Second.
And yes. Linda, roll call, please.
Discussion.
Thank you.
I did have a point that I wanted to make. In those same minutes, it was incorrectly reported that Ms. Chandra Poiter-Titus gave the report for that committee, which was not the case. In fact, Mr. Dietz gave the report for that committee, so I would like to see that corrected in the minutes as well.
Mr. Soto, do you have any objections to that?
No.
Okay. So I'm taking note of additional correction, which will be added to this section. The Personnel Committee? That was Mr. Dietz, did you say?
Correct.
Is that correct, Mr. Dietz?
Yep.
Where's your mic?
You need to share with them.
Okay. So
Is
item
there-
14 has been appended to include that correction.
Okay, is there any other discussion on item number 14? Linda, roll call.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Abstain?
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Abstain.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Could I have a motion to approve the regular public and executive session minutes from December 9th, please?
So moved. Second. Wow, we're like all in.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Abstain?
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Linda, were there any communications?
The board received numerous emails since the last meeting. There was one email that the individual requested that it be read, but since one of the people who wrote the letter is in the meeting, she will be reading the letter during public comment. I also wanted to, I forgot to make the correction on the agenda. The year should be 2014. Sorry. There was one, oh, item number 3 was a duplicate, so we didn't do it then. And that's it. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
But it is on this one.
There's a public comment period following the superintendent's report.
So there's been a lot of conversation recently in reference to some of the decisions that have been made. And again, as outlined in the school board ethics, one of the major things that we're looking at is how it is that we meet the needs of all students. So this is actually going to report one of the things that's is, you know, it is why we're here. It's the sole responsibility we have, which is meeting the needs of all students, and reviewing what the current status and current performance has been. So on the last available New Jersey school performance report, our overall statewide ranking for the Bartle School was in the 44th percentile. In the middle school, it was the 61st percentile, but due to the achievement cap that exists in that school, it's been designated a focus school for the 2 lowest subgroups being greater than 43.6% below the highest subgroup. And the high school has been ranked in the 44th percentile as well. When we break that down into the actual portions that are ranked, the language arts appeared to be ranked in the 53rd percentile. What we've done is we've highlighted what those gaps are. Specifically, you can see that the highest performing subgroup within our subgroups is in 85.5%, and the 2 lowest subgroups, which are black students at 51.6% and special education students at 24.6%. For math, The students at Bartle ranked in the 35th percentile. Our highest subgroup was our Asian students at 91.9%, and our two lowest subgroups were our black students at 51.6%, and our students with disabilities at 43.1%.
I'm sorry, and these are students passing the NJ Ask, yes? So 51%?
The numbers that you're looking at there is passing the NJ Ask.
Thank you.
For the middle school, we had a state rank of the 79th percentile. Overall, our white students performed at 91.3%, which was the highest, and our two lowest subgroups are black students at 58.1% and students with disabilities at 44.5%. The statewide rank for the middle school in math is 42%, or 42nd percentile. And the highest performing group were Asian students at 89%. The two lowest subgroups were our black students at 32.3% and students with disabilities at 35.2%. The high school does not have subgroup information because it only has one grade testing. But overall, the statewide rank for language arts was in the 39th percentile and math was in the 49th percentile. So the question is, when we're looking at what these performances are, and collectively as, I would say, the board and myself, that we felt we can do better than this, that these performances are not true indicators of what it is that our students are capable of or that our staff is capable of. This becomes increasingly important because within the next 2 years, these sets of data will be tied to, the student achievement is going to be tied to staff performance. So when you're looking at the evaluation system and you're looking at student achievement, you can see that 30% of our staff's evaluation will not now be tied to these student growth percentiles. Okay, which means almost a third of their evaluation will depend on these state tests. So when we have the increased and the higher rigor in the Common Core standards, and we have a more difficult test, and we have not made the adjustments needed at this point to try and deal with some of the deficiencies that we have within the school, this is really the catalyst. This is where we're pointing to of saying that we need to do a better job, that we need to address these issues and make sure that all students' needs are being met. Because we were not satisfied that this performance is acceptable. We believe that our students can perform better and that, given the proper support, that our staff will meet their needs. So the current actions that we've taken, we want to make sure that all students have levels of service to address their needs. We want to ensure that all classrooms have the materials that are aligned to the standards in the assessment. And we want to ensure that the staff have professional development that enhances their instructional practices. So we shared this at the last strategic planning meeting, which identified here just some of the estimated costs that we've had, some of the costs we've already purchased the textbooks, trying to identify what those needs are and how it is that we're going about to take the first steps of making sure that students and staff have the proper materials that are aligned. And then we're looking at the 2015 budget. A 2% increase in taxes would result in $434,349 of an increase, but we also have a decrease in our budget. We have no excess surplus. We also have lower end-year reserves, and we also have a loss of revenue. And so when we're considering those totals, in addition to the fact that we have an increase potentially of the charter school tuitions, increase of fixed standards and operating costs, living costs, we have the increases associated potentially with the HBA contract, the increase in professional services contract, increases required for health care and pension contributions, and the fact that we continue to be underfunded by the state by a tune of almost $1.4 million. This is where we felt that there was a need to try and address in the current state, knowing that, again, that if our evaluations are going to be tied to this, if student performance is something that we can positively affect, that this is something that we would address this year, hopefully put our teachers and our students in the best situation possible come this spring, and set us up to be successful moving into the park assessment for next year. Two other things just to mention. We started today meeting with the staff. We're meeting with the grade level teams at Bartle and Irving, and they're having input and discussion as far as the materials that are going to best meet their student needs. This is the common practice that we have that allows them to discuss, to be able to look through the materials and be able to make decisions based on what's going to best meet the needs of their students. In addition to that, just one other reporting item, we do begin the budgeting process towards the end of January, so the schools will actually be doing the same thing. They'll be looking at what their needs are, be identifying what's required going into next year based on student requests, based on enrollment, and this will allow them to be prepared from between January and February so that it can be submitted in March to the county as far as what those requests are, and make sure that they're fully funded. The student report?
Can we do questions before we do student report? Wanna go?
Sure. Is there, let's do the student report and then we'll have questions on the superintendent's report.
Okay. First of all, Student Congress has formed a polling committee. The high school president has asked me to read the results of a recent poll that the committee conducted among the students, which I will do so now. It's only 4 questions and 289 students participated. So the first question is, are you aware of the recent Board of Education policy changes? And 59% said yes and 40% said no. Second question is, do you care about these changes? And 59% said yes, 12% said no, and 27% said no opinion. The third question is, do you approve of these changes? 5% said yes, 37% said no, 42% were unsure, and 13% didn't care. And if you had to rate your experience at Highland Park, it would be 10% said outstanding, 48% said good, 30% said sufficient, 6% said poor, and 4% said terrible. And I have copies of this if you guys want it later.
Okay.
So that was a poll. Furthermore, the Teen Center Leadership Group is running a fundraiser in the school called Penny Wars, in which the grades compete to donate the highest number of pennies to fundraise money for a school overseas, I think in the Philippines. Also, our DECA chapter was one of only 10 schools in the state to be awarded the Thrive competition. They are awarded for community service, public relations, and community outreach. This is the highest award. Finally, the wrestling and basketball programs at the school are doing well, with Sam Guerrero placing second in the Ewing tournament and Tyler Vela placing third, both wrestlers. And that's it.
Great. Thank you. Is there any discussion from item 17?
Is that the
Yes.
report? Okay. Can we go back to the beginning with the 44% state rank for Bartle? Something I would like to point out here is that this is from the New Jersey State Report Card, where the state, this is a completely new way that the state has decided to do the report cards this year. Never been done before. The statewide rank percentile, first of all, you have to know what these percentiles mean. It's not like a 44% out of 100%, i.e. 44% means failing. They're actually in categories. Very high performance is defined as being equal or above the 80th percentile. High performance is defined as being between the 60 and the 79.9th percentile. So if you look at 61%, oh my goodness, we're failing, the state actually says that that's high performance. Average performance is defined as being between the 40th and 59.9th percentile. So we're actually, this is actually saying our performance is average. And if you look at the New Jersey State Report Card for Bartle specifically, for academic performance, our peer rank is the 79th percentile, which puts us right on the cusp between high performance and very high performance. So if you take Bartle and you compare it to schools like Bartle, and they say peer schools are schools that have similar grade levels and students with similar demographic characteristics, such as the percentage of students qualifying for free reduced lunch, limited English proficiency programs, or special education programs, we are high performance or very high performance. So I would just like people to also go home with that takeaway.
So I guess, my question would be, people clapped when Darcy elucidated it, I think, extremely well, and I thank you for that. When we talk about the performance that these numbers do actually show, right, 44th percentile, average performance is still between 40 and 59%, which is actually where it would be on a scale of 0 to 100, right? Are we okay with that? And if we're not okay with that, then shouldn't we be discussing this as an issue that we as a board need to take under our belt? I think that the purpose of slides like this and information like this is to really give some context to the fact that we are, many of us believe that we are doing extraordinarily well as a district, and extraordinarily well. And the fact is that there are some populations in the school that are doing extraordinarily well, and there are others that are not doing extraordinarily well. And so I think the board as a body really has a responsibility to all students, and these numbers are, it's average is okay, right? But I don't think that's how we consider ourselves. I don't think that's how the people sitting in this audience want to think of our district.
I don't think anyone's saying that average is okay. I think we just have to define our terms. And if we're going to put up a 44 percentile, we should know what the 44 percentile actually means, and we should know what we're comparing ourselves against to get that 44 percentile.
I agree.
So if you're looking at peer schools, then we're actually high performing or above average. So I'm just saying you need to define your terms.
Absolutely.
Not just put up one single solitary number that looks a little frightening.
Well, I think that's the best point of the night, right, so far, is that you can't put, we have gone through this with Franny before, we can't put up one number of 1 year of one test in this district, because these numbers change dramatically because of our student population, and some of these subgroups are so small. And if you look within this year, we could be 5 points below, but that could be one student passing the test and putting us above average for the next year.
But I would love for us to go back and this, I want to echo, I'm not happy with us just being average. I'm just not. And I want to go back to the middle school math performance, passing the NJ Ask. Is my memory correct that you told us only 32.3% of our black students are passing the math ask in middle school?
Please speak into the mics.
Are you telling us?
You African American instead of saying black.
Go on.
I will say that that's how that's the state designation. It's not a designation that anyone on the board is using.
Right. So what I'm looking at is that 32.3% of our African American students are passing the NJ Ask. Only 32.3% of them in the middle school. And that's deeply troubling to me.
Well, and again, I think if you look statistically, to see that the special education students are outperforming a racial subgroup is unique, and it's concerning.
And that's not a small, and that is not a small subgroup. That's not 5 students.
Something I would like to get a chance to present at some point is I do have very sophisticated data that's been provided to me from the Education Law Center, from their research director, that breaks it all down, grade by grade, where we can have a real conversation about this. I think we need to have a more in-depth conversation about this and about how many kids are in those subgroups and what we're looking at, so we can very much target what our interventions are. These need to be very specific, very targeted interventions, and we need to look at them, not, as Adam said, not just in 1 year, but over the course of years, because when you do have small subsets, when you only have a few kids in each group, 8, 9, 10, and those numbers can change from year to year, your data can look also very
and we need to we need to follow the kids as well. And I know the tests are not going to be the same each year to year, but we should be able to compare kids in 7th grade to kids that are going to be in 8th grade next year on whatever they test.
And also looking at multiple measures, not just a snapshot of children on 1 day or 2 days over the course of a test.
And the other thing that I wanted to say is that what I've said many times privately is that these numbers, to a lot of the points that Darcy had brought.
Just a second.
Okay, you can't come up to the mic, though. I'm sorry. That's not appropriate. Thank you.
One of the things that Darcy has brought up is that we're not far from doing great in some aspects, and that is that we are speaking into the mics. Test 1 2. I aim to please. We do have a great, in my view, we have a good and stellar Irving and Bartle school. And when you take the kids they go into the middle school and the high school, as students begin to develop, that is where you can see this large divergence of skills and test scores. And I think that is an area that I would love for us to focus on moving forward, because I know I had a great time at Irving and Bartle. I know I have not heard many poor things as we've gone through these discussions about Irving and Bartle. But you know, those who have children in the high school know that there's a big difference and a big gap that happens between the students and the programs provided to them and and programs that different populations enroll in. And I think that a lot of that goes to a retooling of different departments in the high school and middle school.
Are there any other comments? Public comment?
Tutorial presentation.
Is there a tutorial presentation?
I don't know what that was.
Do I just do public comment? So at this time, we have reached the public comment, the first of two. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and has reserved this time for your comments. Yes, please, when you go up to the podium, please sign in your name and your address, and also please state publicly your name and your address.
Hello, my name is Lucas Trevor. I am a freshman at Highland Park High School, and I live at 66 Grant Avenue. On the afternoon of Monday, November 4th, 2013, at a 2-hour mandatory professional development meeting on differentiation for all middle and high school faculty, led by Mr. Capone, the superintendent compared students with IEPs and modifications like their word banks to excusing obese kids from activities in gym class. I am dyslexic. I have an IEP. I have accommodations. I'm offended by Mr. Capone's comments. Without the support and accommodations that help me to learn how to read, write, and even to speak, I would not be standing here tonight. I would like to ask each board member, do you condone Mr. Capone's comments about me and other special education students? Thank you.
I just want to say that I have many of the same learning disabilities that you have. I have an IEP as well, and any comments like that are concerning to me and will be looked into. I'm not repeating myself.
Hi, my name is Jason Marsh, and my wife, Colette Morris, and I live at 418 South 4th Avenue. It's not easy to talk about our son's challenges in this forum, and normally this would be a confidential issue. But the way this is all played out makes it necessary to talk about it in public, to talk in public about our son. Our son, Jacob Marsh, is a 4th grader at Bartle School. He's classified as other health impaired, ADHD, and has an IEP, which provides a paraprofessional in the classroom. Due to your sudden recent decisions to have a reduction in force, our son's classroom paraprofessional will change. Leanne Nagy had been the classroom paraprofessional in Jacob's class this year, but she has been transferred to the middle school main office pursuant to your vote on December 9th. This will have a direct impact on our son's classroom experience. We learned of the transfer when I attended the December 9th board meeting via the addendum to the agenda. We didn't learn of Ms. Nagy's transfer from Jacob's caseworker, from his teacher, from the principal. We learned about it through the addendum. We're engaged parents who come to the meeting. But how about parents who didn't attend the December 9th meeting? How were they going to find out that the paraprofessional in the classroom was being transferred out? So we reached out to Mrs. Frazier and requested information of who the new para will be. And her email response was, I hope to have an answer for you soon, but we'll be using a substitute initially when we return from winter break. She also said that they've arranged for a substitute that they know and like, and hopefully, you know, they'll be able to put somebody in permanently. So we haven't heard any further yet. Our son is healthy and intelligent, but ADHD prevents him from staying focused and on task. Best asset to keep him focused is a consistent environment with consistent guidance. His IEP provides for a paraprofessional to redirect him and to work with him when, to ensure he works to his fullest potential. I find it unacceptable that mid-year his environment and his in-class support will be shuffled around. Do you think there's sufficient time to start over, to rebuild a relationship with a para who is a vital component of his education? Do you think that's going to have a negative impact on his learning? We do. In fact, he'll probably have to do this a couple of times because we're going to have a substitute, and maybe we'll get another substitute, maybe we'll have a permanent one. So why should the 9-year-old child be the one that has to adjust in the middle of the school year because of the rifts? The shuffling here is just illogical. You rift the secretary out of the middle school office saying the position was no longer necessary. But then you're moving the para from the classroom to the office because that's in the addendum or in the agenda tonight. So she's going to do clerical work, or is it secretarial work? And is there a difference? Because I think it's pretty much the same. And so then you're going to bring in a replacement para to put into the classroom. So in the end, we've got somebody working in the middle school office and someone working in the classroom. But that's where we started, isn't it? We started with that? So again, why is the 9-year-old child the one that has to make the adjustment? So is this just a thinly veiled attempt to get a para to do the same work that the secretary was doing, but for less money? And there's an expense, right? It's my son's education. So we get it. There are a lot of puzzle pieces here. A lot of needs, wants, state mandates, all of that. I get it. But you guys have to explain to us how and why the decisions are made. Why wasn't there a plan to put a replacement in place? Why are we waiting on substitutes that we don't know who's going to come? Why not put the replacement para into the office and leave the classroom para in the classroom? Would that make sense? So, I want to believe. Please give us the confidence that you have a plan, because right now, I don't have much confidence. And please explain the logic behind the shell game, because if it's going to benefit the students, tell us how. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marsh.
My name is Tara Canavera. I live at 361C Crowles Road.
Tara, could you just move the mic down a little bit, please? Thank you.
Tara Canavera, 361C Crowles Road, obviously in Highland Park. I'm here to speak not just to the board, but mostly to the public. As the co-leader of the CPAC, which is the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, I hear a lot of rumors about special education. Amina, my co-leader, and I take every rumor very seriously and check them all out. I want to ease some people's mind on certain issues in regard to special education. Special education is not being targeted by Mr. Capone, Mr. Soto, or any members of the board. IEP decisions are both in and out of district students are made at IEP meetings with the parents who are part of the IEP team.
Not true. Not true.
IEP meetings decisions are made with the IEP team. Mr. Capone, Mr. Soto have no say in those decisions. As for code, New Jersey Code 6A 14-2.10, students are to be placed in the least restrictive environment possible. This has always been the practice in our district and continues to be that way. This is determined in the IEP meeting, not by Mr. Capone, not by Mr. Soto. Accommodations are not being taken away from special education students by Mr. Capone or Mr. Soto. Appropriate accommodations are made at IEP meetings. No IEP will change without the parent or the case manager's involvement, which usually requires an IEP meeting, but not always. Mr. Capone and Mr. Soto are not part of the IEP team. At no time has any special ed parent come to the CPAC to complain. If they did, we would take care of it. They've come about rumors, but no complaints. Amina and I welcome all parents and teachers to reach out to us. The last board liaison, Ms. Pointer Titus, was very active with the CPAC, and we have every reason to believe that whichever member serves in that role next will do the same. Mr. Capone has been available to Amina and myself and answered all of our questions, and we're meeting with him tomorrow to discuss the paras and other issues. You can rest assured, Amina and I will continue to check up on any and all concerns we hear and continue to work to make our district special ed the best in the state. We invite all of you to our CPAC meeting Wednesday, 7 o'clock at the middle school cafeteria to hear Mr. Capone's views on special education.
Thank you, Tara.
I'm Erica Thomas from 608 Benner Street. My daughter, Unique Brimage, has an IEP, and I'm here to find out, what are you doing to help special education children? Are you trying to help them or take away from them? It doesn't seem like you're getting the job done. You want to take. It doesn't seem like you're giving. Like, what is your resources? What are you going to do to give back to the community? I went to this school, and we had a lot of good teachers. It seems like you're trying to get rid of all the good teachers and make all these different changes. I don't understand. What answers do you have to our problems? I'm worried about my daughter's IEP being affected. You're not a good person. I think we need to vote you out.
If you could sign in, please, ma'am. Thank you. And I believe the CPAC meeting is Wednesday evening at 7, that you can certainly bring your concerns to that committee. Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Aaron, and I have a better sound system than you have, or you're not using it right, for starters. I've been in this Highland Park community area all of my life. In Highland Park for over 40 years with my family. My parents went to the school system. My siblings and I were here. My children were here and are graduates, and my grandchildren are here now. In all those years, I've never been aware of the distress and dismay within the community that's going on now. In Highland Park, we've always had a good school system. We still have a good school system. There is and always has been room for improvement and always will be. And I deeply appreciate the fact that you're concerned with this, that you've chosen to run for the board and that you want to improve things. However, it's obvious from tonight that statistics and data can be interpreted in many different ways. And from my listening to the board and listening to the community and listening to the teachers and the staff, as somebody who has not been deeply involved, but has been aware and conscientious and trying to learn, my conclusion is not that the sky is falling. The way we function in Highland Park, and always have, is deliberatively, communicatively, using the remarkable resources we have in this community, communicating well with each other. And that's not what I'm sensing is happening. The rifts, the people who were riffed represent over 100 years of service. And that was done like this. I wasn't aware, most people here were not aware of there being any big upheaval until a very short time ago. And that's not right. Now, that's just a statement I wanted to make. I have about 87 questions. I'll ask you one. In the November 22nd FAQ, frequently asked questions, the suggestion was made that our secretary to student ratio is too high. But on the December 9th addendum, you seem to be moving paraprofessionals who had student interactions out of their roles and into the exact secretarial roles that you eliminated in a supposed reduction in force. That doesn't seem to fit the narrative that you put out as fact in the FAQ. Since those were rifts and the position and not the individual were terminated, how are you managing to do this and not violate labor laws?
Craig Hannock, 227 Montgomery Street. I think over the last few meetings, you've had ample opportunity to see the human face of the decisions that have been made. I think over the last few meetings, you've had ample opportunity to see the human face of the decisions that you've made related to the staff, the valued staff in our school district. And I think the showing here tonight and meeting after meeting has shown the concern of the community. So you've seen both the collective response as well as heard the human stories and heard some of the moral arguments made about the decisions that you've made. I think, though, that you've had an opportunity that perhaps you're not recognizing, and I'd like to just highlight for you what that opportunity is. At the last meeting a month ago, we listened to a rather self-congratulatory and I must say dismissive apology, as though this were simply a failure to communicate, as though somehow you had simply failed to convey to us the business case for the decisions that you had made, and we just need a little bit more information to understand the real urgency behind it, as though listening to that case we would in fact second your decision. I think the turnout tonight and at other meetings has shown, in fact, that this is not simply a failure to communicate, that we understand perfectly well the decisions that we've made and we question your judgment. I think that what you're missing here is that you've had an opportunity to hear us communicate to you our concerns and to reverse those decisions, to bring back the staff who were released, to reconsider the appointment of 2 assistant superintendents, who, in light of what's being discussed right now, seem to me a highly questionable new set of resources to bring in. And I think, to be quite blunt, and with respect to Mr. Capone, I think that the decision to retain someone who has falsified his credentials in the selection process really speaks to the lack of judgment and personnel management of the board. Insofar as you represent that you're trying to sort of put the district on a more sound financial footing and manage our district more as a business and look to achievement metrics as though we were measuring sales in the private sector, I think we need to recognize that in the private sector any such personnel decision would have been reversed and the staff member terminated immediately, at least any place that I've ever worked. So I think you're missing a real opportunity here to reverse decisions that in the end won't stand. And I would urge you to change your position now while this is still a conversation, before, as one person already tonight brought to mind, that before the next election comes, before you see a real list of demands, as some people are already talking about in this Fix-It movement, that will become increasingly inflexible and the conversation increasingly harsh, as I'm pointing out to you tonight. You've had a really excellent opportunity to listen to the community for months now and to respond appropriately, and instead have turned really a deaf ear to us and offered us an almost dismissive apology, once again, as though we're merely a failure to communicate. So I hope I've made clear to you that I really think you're at a transition point now, and that your ability to simply sit and ride out this storm and listen to one story after another, I think that time is really past, and that soon you will have to make that tough decision that you haven't been willing to make up till now about whether to reverse these decisions and listen to the community that supports you, or to face the consequences later. Wish you all a good night.
Thank you.
My name is Susan Liebell. I live at 113 Johnson Street. I have 2 children in the 8th grade and 1 child in the 12th grade. Last board meeting, as I listened to the accountant, and then today when I saw some of Mr. Capone's slides about expenditures and looked at some of the handouts, listened to the other comments that the community is making, I think there's a problem in the message, which is that you're saying to us, if we could all see what you've seen, we would be really sympathetic to the RIFs because we would understand the urgency of the financial piece. But that doesn't make sense to many of us, or just to me. I'll just speak for me. It doesn't make sense to me to fire the people, but then add expenditures with new administrative staff, the 2 new superintendents. There's some sort of logical disjuncture there, just on the face of it, if we're facing a financial problem. So here's what I would like to urge you to do. It seems clear that there wasn't a lot of discussion with the community, with parents, with teachers, with students, about how we might face the problems that the board thinks we have. Can we take all of this incredible energy that we have in this community and all of this talent and do something a little more unique? Do we really need to hire a full-time data analyst? Or could we hire a consultant to do some of the data? Do we really need a curriculum specialist? Could we have could we have a board made up of teachers, of ex-Board of Education members, of parents? Like, could we do what Highland Park does well and really think about this? So I think as a gesture, I can't see everything you see. I really can't. But this doesn't make sense to a lot of us, and we really need help in making sense of it, and I think we also need some openness. The board meeting is a bad place to have a conversation. You talk at us, we talk at you, you put up slides we really can't see, and I know you maybe mean well, but we can't see them. It's really hard. So law allows you guys to meet with us. So how about a subset of you? just say that we're going to have a couple of meetings where there'll be a little more give and take. The camera won't run. If I were you, I wouldn't want to play devil's advocate and have certain kinds of discussion in this format. But let's do that. And let's really rethink these superintendents. I think it'll go a long way to people believing that you're doing these things because of financial concerns. Thank you.
Susan. Susan, if you don't mind. Just to Susan's point, Matt Hirsch is going to be reporting out on the Communications Task Force, which met in December, and we are going to be adding some forums where that will be more discussion sessions where the superintendent will be available for questions and answers and those kinds of things. So we do hope that those will be more valuable, certainly, in the conversation. So thank you.
Melissa Gorduke, 13 Lewis Street. This pen doesn't write. Aren't there two there? The pen is not right.
There, one might have fallen on the ground. No, there were two there.
Oh, I see it. This one doesn't write either. Okay.
Put it down.
Plan.
Here.
She's ready to plan.
Okay. Oh, okay. What are the job descriptions of the two new assistant superintendents? Their postings read nearly identical to one another. When will there be a public and/or PTO meeting where the community can meet them and talk to them about the future of the district?
I think that's a great suggestion, and I mean, I think that's a very easy thing for us to put together, so
okay.
We can certainly work on that. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Larry Rosenfeld. I live at 147 Exeter Street. And regarding the budget, there's an estimated cumulative reserve of between $2.3 and $2.4 million as of June 30th, 2013, and the actual statement shows a bit more, about $2.8 million. So the bottom line is, for the current fiscal year, there are sufficient revenues and reserves to cover all the budgeted expenditures. So with respect to the RIFs, my question still remains is, why did you do what you did when you did it? And the emphasis is really on the when, what was the urgency? I do understand there are concerns, of course, going forward. Mr. Colantro, the accountant, reported on December 9, 2013, that there will be a reduction in those reserves, which may be a concern for future years. And he suggested exploring remedies which include tax levies, grants, and reduction of expenses for charter schools. And a question that I have is, have you begun to pursue any of these remedies? And has this issue been discussed with the mayor and borough council yet? And if not, do you plan to do it, and when? Also, the final budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2014 was prepared March 22nd of 2013. My question is, has there been an update submitted or one in process that includes actuals to date, for example, July 1st, 2013 to, December 31st, and then revised budgeted numbers going forward to the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2014. And then just one final item. I had received a statement of actuals for the year to date for 2 months, for July 1st to August 31st, and it was advised that the next statement would be approved in December. Now, the revenues had columns comparing actuals year-to-date to full-year budgeted numbers, for 12 months on a line-by-line basis. Though the full-year numbers are important, it would be helpful also to have a column for budgeted year-to-date to compare actuals and budgeted numbers for the same time period. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kathleen Katofsky, Student Assistance Coordinator for the last 12 years in the Highland Park School District, and one of the positions that was eliminated on November 4th. I choose to speak tonight for several reasons. First, I want to thank the Highland Park parents, staff, students, and community for the overwhelming and unwavering support that I have received since the Board of Ed made this decision. I've always known what an amazing and special community Highland Park is, but have been deeply, deeply moved by the outpouring of support for my role as the SAC and my specific pension situation. You have made this journey and fight easier to endure. I have often boasted to SACs and other districts about being so lucky to work in an incredibly supportive district that embraces my efforts, professional opinion, and passion for the substance abuse prevention and social emotional programs that I've implemented over the years. I also want to address Mr. Capone and the members of the board regarding my continuing concerns about the alcohol and drug assessment, prevention, and intervention for the students of the Highland Park School District. In a meeting with Mr. Capone and Ms. Hofel on December 18th, which took me 2 weeks to get, I asked Mr. Capone how the substance abuse issues would be handled. He stated that it would be assumed within. I reminded Mr. Capone that the state recommends having a trained student assistance coordinator who specializes in the prevention and intervention of alcohol and other drugs, and that the administrative code requires that someone be trained in this area. Currently, there isn't anyone in the district who is qualified and appropriately trained. He had no comment. With national and local statistics indicating increasing substance use and abuse among adolescents, I find it highly disturbing that the student assistance coordinator position would be eliminated. What I also find disturbing is the process in which these RIFs and other decisions were handled and continue to be mishandled. The lack of thought on Mr. Capone and the Board of Ed's part regarding the impact on students and staff was appalling and stressful for everyone, and quite frankly, an enormous disappointment on many levels. Guidance counselors in the middle and high school were extracted from their positions with 1 day's notice and moved to different schools. There was no time for transition with students, parents, and staff. Students were left confused and continue to be upset and angered by this process. Some changes may have been necessary, but the method used to implement them has been unprofessional and neglected the well-being of all those concerned, especially the students. And I think that that was reiterated by the other parent who spoke earlier. Since I'm no longer an employee in the district, I feel that I'm at liberty to express what I have witnessed among the staff due to the process of these RIFs mid-year. One of the reasons I've stayed in the district for 12 years is because of the wonderful, caring, intelligent, and dedicated staff that I have been so fortunate to work with. No matter how professional our staff is, Mr. Capone, when you create a volatile disruption as you have done, it inevitably affects people's ability to attend 100% to the job at hand. It is human nature to be distracted when one feels their security, the security of their colleagues, their peers, and their friends has been thoughtlessly upturned and destroyed. Mr. Capone and the Board of Ed, your process in handling this was destructive to everyone, including the students that you claim to be so concerned about. I highly admire my Highland Park peers. These are highly dedicated, professional, caring people, and they will persevere because of who they are and how deeply they care for the kids. Mr. Capone and board members, you have continually repeated the mantra that it is the students whose welfare comes first. Based on your choices, I do not see evidence of this. Your actions make it clear to me that you have a very different agenda, one of a financial and data-driven nature, one that is absent of true caring for those you've been hired to serve. In closing, please know that I hold a vision of something much better for this community and the school system that I have loved serving for these 12 years. I am sad to leave, but continue to hope for a bright and shining future for the Highland Park School District. That hope can be realized much more readily if the board listens to and affirms the community's clear mandate to remove Mr. Capone from his position. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Kringle. I live at 147. Okay. How's that? Okay, I'll speak loudly. I am Sharon Kringle. I live at 147 North 7th Avenue. I was a board member and I was the president of the board for some years. I am going to read to you the letter that Linda mentioned earlier. 3 former board presidents, myself, Wendy Safe, and Joyce Schulman, sent this letter to the board today, and I will now read it for the community. Dear members of the Highland Park Board of Education, we are former presidents of the Board of Education, and we are writing to urge you in the strongest possible terms to change the direction recently embarked on by district leadership. We are deeply concerned about staff firings and transfers, central office hires, schedule, curriculum, and program changes, including for the most at-risk children in the district, and the culture of intimidation and fear that has overtaken our schools. It's clear that confidence and trust in district leadership has evaporated among teaching and support staff, local families, and even some students. We have been in your position, and we sympathize with you about the difficulty of executing important board tasks, not the least of which is choosing the right superintendent and other district administration. We know firsthand that it can be extremely difficult to determine what aspects of the district's academic and extracurricular life and culture need to be protected and which ones need to be changed so that our schools can improve. We also know well that it can be hard to meet the needs of a very diverse student and family population. There are children in our schools whose socioeconomic or special education or English language learner status means their needs are greater than those of other district children. We need to do the very best we can for them as we also battle in Trenton for adequate resources and everywhere for measures that fight poverty and other social ills. Please know that we would be the first to defend your actions. Again, we've been there, as those of devoted community volunteers who want to make things right for all Highland Park kids, but who may sometimes make an unintended misstep. With that in mind, we urge you now to really listen to your in-school and out-of-school community and take appropriate actions so that our school district and our town can return to the work that we like best: protecting our schools, the most important institution in our town, and providing our kids with a supportive environment that educates well, nurtures all children, and builds trust among all stakeholders. With all due respect for your positions, we would like to offer the following recommendations. Instruct Mr. Capone to discontinue any and all changes in all 4 schools. This includes personnel, curricular, extracurricular, programmatic, and schedule changes. Instruct Mr. Capone to bring any and all recommendations for all schools, first to the appropriate board committee, and then, as you see fit, to the entire community at a board meeting, after adequate and timely notice to the public of any and all discussion topics. Allow no action of any sort to be taken until this process is complete. Increased transparency around board work is essential. Reinstate the RIFT employees as soon as possible. Nullify all In addition, nullify all personnel transfers. Decrease staffing in the central office as soon as possible. Assume complete responsibility for any hiring going forward, especially the principal position at Irving School, including position advertising, resume vetting, interviewing, and final selection. We and other former board members would be glad to assist you in any way we can and as appropriate. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you for stepping up to serve Highland Park.
Thank you, Sharon.
Hi, my name is Richard Temple. I live at 219 Wayne Street in Highland Park. I've been in Highland Park for 22 years, and I've always seen Highland Park as a beacon of enlightenment. This is a place where you could really take it to the bank that you knew that your public servants were looking out for you, and I've always felt that the Board of Ed would fall into that category. But of late, there are reasons to question that. We've always had spirited discussions in this park. We've had debates. We've gone fiercely after one another, but we always knew where we stood. Everything was out there, and you could always call on people and know what they were doing and know that their motives were pure. I'm deeply disturbed by what I've seen over the course of the last few months in terms of the rifts, in terms of the process around hiring Mr. Capone. It goes against everything which we believe in Highland Park to be making a lot of these decisions, which are really game changers for everyone who lives in this community, and via addendum, after hours, after everybody's gone. All the big decisions that we're here talking about were done after hours. And to me, I find that really, really bothersome. I think we really need to reintroduce transparency into the process. As you can see by the fact that we've got a room full of concerned citizens here, when sometimes I've gone to board meetings and there are half a dozen people there. The fact that we've got the room filled for months on end has got to tell you the concern, the alarm that people have, and these people are voters, and they are going to hold everybody accountable at the end of the day. But I think it's just of the utmost importance that we put some transparency back into the mix, that we reverse the decisions that clearly the community is not happy with. We can fix it. We need you to fix it. Please do it. We beg you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Vaca. I'm the president of the Highland Park Education Association. Thank you. Thank you. At least for another week or so. As many of you know, I am no longer employed by the Highland Park Education Association, which greatly saddens me. I have worked for 23 and a half years in this district. I have cared deeply for many of your children, helping them along their way through their high school years, making sure their applications were out on time, reminding them to meet deadlines, and I've taken great pride when I see the students and they come back to talk about how wonderful their lives are progressing. I was raised that if something looks like a duck, smells like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Well, folks, we have a duck. I don't think there's any way we can deny that, although all the Protests from the board have been that that is not true. I have it on good authority that there was a meeting where it was expressed that they did want a change in union leadership, and as of next week, you will have it. My distress at leaving is the way that this district is being left. Highland Park has always been a great source of pride to me and my colleagues. We've always felt such a almost ownership of the fact that we are part of a wonderful, caring community, one that nurtures and cares for everybody involved in it, whether it be staff, students, or community members. I think that the fact that the union and the community have pulled together to fight this, what I feel is an outrage and disservice to all the community members, the students, and the employees. They have tossed aside years of experience, history, knowing the way things have been, where they're going, and that saddens me greatly. So as I leave my position, I would hope that the board thinks very seriously about the chaos you have created and how you may make it right. And again, I thank you all for your support. It has been a pleasure being part of your community and as president for 13 and a half years, and I wish everyone the best. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Gary Mitchell. I live at 226 Lincoln Avenue, Highland Park, of course. And I want to thank Sir Vaca for being part of my two daughters' graduation from the school and making sure that everything went well for them in their high school guidance department. I have a number of questions and then I guess an issue that I want to leave the board with. Perhaps relating to something that Ms. Vaca said. I've been a resident of this town for 28 years. I know several members of the board personally, friends I consider them. And I remain ashamed of the performance of at least 8 of these members of the board who continued over. For all the reasons you've heard tonight, for your treatment, bad treatment of dedicated staff in the school system, for the abrupt manner in which it was brought about, and for what I would tell you, I'm a lawyer, and you know every lawyer has an opinion, so let me give you mine. I play one in daily life. I'm not acting as one here. And though the board has not been challenged yet with regard to its, I think, clear violation of the Open Public Meetings Act on November 4th, of which I think the community only reasonably became aware of on December 13th when the board released the executive session minutes from that meeting, which made clear that the rifts were not related to any personnel decision, but were related to the budgetary concerns, which are only briefly and in a very abbreviated way referred to by Mr. Capone in those executive session committee meetings. And I'm astonished that Mr. Soto was incapable of the math count at that meeting and would produce the data that says our students can't do math when all he had to do was count the number of votes and couldn't get 7 to 1 and got 8 to 0. And I'm astonished that we have, and I don't mean to be trite about that, because that's a serious matter. You led the community to believe for months that that was a decision of unanimity. It was not. There was a dissent. Why that was recorded, I'm glad you corrected it tonight, because, not because any of you folks, you 8, noticed it, but because it was brought to the attention by community members who actually looked at the video of these meetings. I'm astonished that Mr. Soto didn't have the decency to even speak at this meeting and say something, you know, I take full responsibility for that. It was my mistake. I don't know how I let it go. And that we have an assistant superintendent who can't do that in front of the public is astonishing to me. Okay. So that's my little admonitions. And I have more. The conversation that you had tonight, which your newest member of the board initiated about the data that Mr. Capone presented, was the first substantive discussion, and I commend her for doing so. And I commend the other 2 board members who spoke up somewhat in supportive or contrary to what Darcy was saying, and Adam, who took a position. I'll let Adam's position speak for itself. I won't try to characterize it. But at least three members of you contributed something to the public discussion. That's what you're elected to do. And if there is anger in my voice, it's because the other 6 of you sat silent and didn't seem to care about the source of that data and had nothing to say about what it said about our town and our town schools. If you can't do that, you should resign. And thank you, Darcy, for pointing out, as some of us who could look at the source data, that the fear-mongering that the PowerPoint presented was absolutely, abjectly false. This is not a community with failing schools. This is a community that in the category, the economic, socioeconomic categories that we exist, we excel. Right? So that's the data that you need to take into consideration. We still have not heard an explanation for the rifts, except it's budgetary. Well, if it's budgetary, where is the numbers that justify why that budgetary decision had to be made mid-year? And let me get slightly personal here. I had a stepson student who was affected by those decisions. He lost his guidance counselor. I believe on Mr. Soto's, was, as I understand it, recommendation of which guidance counselor would be transferred. And I believe Mr. Soto acted contrary to the recommendation of the middle school principal. Mr. Soto has his own reasons. I hope he advised the board of that, about which guidance counselor would be moved from the high school mid-year as college applications were coming due. But I noticed one board member has a senior in high school. Her son's guidance counselor was not changed. Right? So let's make a point, and I'm sure there's hostility, Ms. Versa. I'm sure there is, but right now I have the microphone. You can answer later. All right? Those decisions impact the community individually. Right? So that's important. And Mr. Capone, you can smirk, that's fine. But the 200 and some people who are here tonight and are not standing behind me but are in the seats over there in case the people on TV don't notice where they are, I think warrant, and this is why, the reaction, that visible reaction that some people on this board just had to what I said, that's why this discussion needed to be discussed, not now, not after the fact, but before the fact. If it was discussed before the fact, I wouldn't be saying these things now, because we would have had the concrete, monetary, data-driven, whatever it is, justifications that the community deserved and still deserves. All right, last. This is a comment that, I hope this is last because my voice is going out and my mouth's getting tired. I'm sure you're all tired of hearing from me. All right, but last and very important, particularly since the board president that you elected tonight. The last speaker referred to a meeting. And I understand, and I hope you would correct me, Mr. Ross, if I'm wrong, from what I'm going to say, that there was a meeting, and it was, I think, a good intent of that meeting to try and bridge some differences see if there was some common ground to find. And I guess as a member of the community, I don't see any common ground. I don't see anybody on the board, except perhaps if you're a new member, being willing to listen. As the speakers you just heard here tonight, one after another, said, you don't seem willing to listen. Or to make the changes that 3 former board presidents tonight urged you to do, and I certainly join in those. But at this meeting, mediated, I understand, by 2 members of our borough council, with 3 members of the board, Ms. Blum, then president, our vice president, and Mr. Ross. There was an issue that was discussed, and I believe in response to a question that was asked whether this was really, the RIFs were really an attempt to union bust or get rid of the union or do damage to the union. It was, oh, no, 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 that wasn't the case at all, as we've heard individual members say. But then I'm told Mr. Ross said, but we did want to see a change in the leadership of the union. If that's correct, or anything approximating that, then I suggest members of the board who were present witnessed statements that would be actionable. What do I mean as a lawyer about it? Illegal. That's interference in a union's relationship internally. Right. Now, that was said, I wasn't there, and I'm bringing this up so perhaps rumors can be eliminated, right? Because this is discussed. And no good deed goes unpunished, I'm sure. You know, you had a meeting that was intended to be constructive. But the point of this is, if there was any sentiment to affect the union in any way by these RIFs, and other people, like the guidance counselor just spoke, and were collateral damage. And as we can see, some of the positions are being functionally filled. So if that doesn't create a difficult legal position for the board, I don't know what might, from a labor management issue. But I find it very troubling that board members would perhaps be misquoted by people after this meeting, and I hope Mr. Ross would take an opportunity to correct that, or Ms. Blum and Ann Scherber as well, because that's a very serious question. And to the extent that this board acts in a manner that seeks to influence the internal workings of a labor organization, you tread on very, very thin ice. And why, again, I go back to we're even having this discussion, is the board's own failure to come forward on November 4th after Mr. Capone briefed you, not on employees' bad behavior that needed to be changed as a confidential personnel matter, but budgetary determinations that were so critical and in crisis. And those are exactly the kind of issues that our state Open Public Meetings Act requires you to say. And any board member in that meeting should have said, I'm sorry, we cannot continue this discussion in private. As a matter of New Jersey law, of which you should be aware of, as your board secretary advised you when you all got sworn in again tonight, New Jersey law requires you to say at that point in time when budgetary issues arise, you are to say, I'm sorry, we can't discuss this in private any longer. We have to take this issue to the public meeting where we then have a discussion in public. That's your obligation, and I hope in the future you adhere to it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jean Carmalt. I have 2 children at Irving, and I wanted to make just 2 statements and a brief question. The statements, first off, that I'm new to Highland Park, unlike everybody else in this room, I think, and everyone who's spoken before me, and I never in a million years thought that being new I would stand up and speak at a board meeting. But I'm from a family of educators, so apparently I just couldn't help myself. So I just, one thing I wanted to say though, being new, is that I am so grateful to have joined a community that clearly cares so much for the education of our children. We moved here for this school district, and we had heard that everyone cared, and it's just astonishing to see it in person. So that was one thing I wanted to say, and also to go on record to say that the teachers we've had the privilege of having at Irving, Mrs. Gappa and Ms. Curtin, Ms. Von Linsky, and Ms. Paolucci have been phenomenal. And this is what prompts me to speak, Ms. Bartis, the literacy coach, who worked directly with my son. And one thing, she has been phenomenal in my short time here. So I wanted to recognize that. And this brings me to my question. I have asked this of a lot of people, including members of the board at previous times, and I remain baffled because I have seen over and over that the problem is the budget and the achievement gap. The achievement gap is such an issue. This is of great concern to any of us who work in education or social justice, of which many of us do, including myself. I do not understand why the first people to be eliminated were people who worked on the problem of the achievement gap. I just don't get that. The literacy coaches and the guidance counselors do that. So I would really love to hear an explanation for that. I've heard at various times that, they weren't effective. That's untrue. They were effective with my son, certainly. They don't have materials, also untrue. They do have, at least when they've worked with my son. And they're part of a team, at least Ms. Bartis is part of a team, which has allowed the fabulous teachers at Irving to really be able to address the needs of everyone in the differentiated education we all say we want. So I'm baffled by this, and I would love to hear an explanation. So I'll shut up. Thank you.
I don't know if everyone knows, but the camera is pointed there. So if anyone wants to move, that might be nice. My name is Michelle McFadden DiNicola. I live at 118 South 2nd Avenue, and I have 3 children. I'm finally getting up to the podium to speak tonight about fear. We live in the new millennia of fear, it seems. Fear of computer failures, massive breakdowns, stock market crashes, unemployment, terrorism, anthrax, war, political division, zombie attacks, and GMOs. Aren't you scared? Finally, we are being told that we're failures, so we're now feared of failure in our schools. Enough. Here in Highland Park, we're being attacked by fear of failure in our schools, but is this really happening? Can we take a breath and look at the facts properly? The antidote to fear is deep compassion for the suffering that it causes. Letting go of the death grip on fear of failure is the way to defeat the fear and get productive. The first fact is that we have entire buildings of people working in fear. And Mr. Capone nor the board has acknowledged the letter brought forth by the union. This is unprecedented in Highland Park. Mr. Capone and Mr. Soto, are you aware that a sweeping majority of our valued teachers and staff unanimously signed a statement that includes words like deeply shocked, saddened, demoralized? This is unprecedented in Highland Park. Our teachers have spoken, and we cannot allow the environment of fear to carry us further on this way. Our teachers and staff say in this letter, we do not support any current or future agenda for school reform or privatization. We are currently working in a climate of fear and uncertainty due to the lack of good judgment, foresight, communication, and the absence of humanity. shown by our Board of Education as well as the sweeping changes that are being implemented by our administrative leadership. All of the parents and community members want to give our teachers what they deserve, a climate free of fear. A safe environment where they feel supported and free of dark, fearsome clouds and chaos coming from the central office. That is not too much to ask. Our teachers deserve our compassion and his compassion. Our teachers deserve peace and support. The second fact is that Mr. Capone has a history of manufacturing fear in order to enact aggressive change, and our board brought a man with a history and a pattern of fear-mongering here. We were privileged to have an educational labor icon visit us. I don't know if everyone knows. The last time we had a board meeting. Her name is Naomi Johnson LaFleur, and she is the president of the Trenton Education Association. She traveled here on December 9th to explain to our board that they had made a grave mistake bringing Mr. Capone and his patterns into our district. Let me read some of what she told the Trenton Board of Education. The 7 racks throughout the state were supposed to be staffed with turnaround experts. Right now, from where I stand, representing 1,059 teachers of the public school system, the academic achievement officer, Mr. Timothy Capone, who was assigned to Trenton, is not qualified as an expert of anything. How can you serve as an administrator in the state of Delaware for only 2 years? What have you learned in 2 years of doing something that gives you the expertise to guide districts such as Trenton? What could you have possibly learned in 2 years? And having been non-renewed from your job makes you qualified to tell anyone how to do anything. Especially since you were non-renewed, how can you tell principals in another district what to do? I don't understand. How can you direct a whole district? The racks were supposed to be working collaboratively with the district. Someone forgot to tell Tim Capone what collaboration means. Because of the other 6 racks, there has been collaboration with unions. Tim Capone has refused to meet with the associations within his area, so he lacks training there as well. This is becoming troubling because Tim Capone is infringing too many things upon my teachers. It goes into the daily practices of what they have to do. I don't know how he got the appointment of being a chief academic officer with no experience. I need some questions asked because it needs to be put on the record that we question the expertise of the chief academic officer, Tim Capone, that has been assigned to the Trenton Public School District. If he's not willing to collaborate, sound familiar? To discuss and to work with the people here, it's clear that his intent is not to assist Trenton in anything, but rather to try to paint us as a picture of failure. We're not going to allow him to do that. We have to address this collectively as a community and move forward and stay focused on what we are actually trying to do, and that is to educate the children of Trenton." End quote. The third fact is he uses many hopeful, wonderful educational buzzwords, but does not back them up with action. His rhetoric does not match his action. If you listen to him intently, you can hear them, those buzzwords. Please ask yourself, have we identified the achievement gap and defined it properly? Are we using a hammer to crack a nut? Do we need laser surgery to cure us? Or are we a hopeless case who needs euthanasia? Mr. Capone has not yet answered the question of what he is solving for. He has not given us the facts behind the what of the achievement gap, so how can he give us the how on how to solve for it? It may appear that he has, but listen closely, he hasn't. Another fact, the concerned parents of Highland Park have an agenda, and it is not to drive anyone out of town, should they be able to work with us. Our agenda is not to belittle this man publicly, but to insist on respectful treatment of our teachers, staff, and students, and ourselves. Our agenda, Highland Park's agenda, is very simple. We want the best for our children. Unfortunately, we do not have people in authority positions on this board or in the central office who are willing to or are able to give our children the best. They want us to be afraid that we are failures, that we cannot achieve the goals the state has placed before us, that we need massive change, that we need them. The truth is, we are here making ourselves vocal, visible, and very annoying, I'm sure, in order to give hope to the invisible faces of our district, those that believe in our schools and the power to achieve within them. Let's not scare them into submission. Let's give those that believe something to believe in. Members of the board, thank you for your service. You are choosing to operate and run our schools on a narrative of fear. I am pleading with you to take a step back. Listen to what you are being told to fear, not by the community, but by Mr. Capone. Listen with a suspicious ear. Be compassionate to the community you serve, and choose to work from a culture of calm and poise. Gather independent information for our entire school community, teachers, parents, residents, our sister districts as well. Work toward inclusion, not exclusion. I have a question. It appears to the community that Mr. Capone's pattern in his previous employment has led to fear, contempt for the teachers and staff, disregard for their suffering, and a lack of communication and cooperation, and it's repeating itself here in Highland Park, it seems. What is the board doing to prevent this pattern from repeating itself? What is the board doing?
My name is Kimberly Bevilacqua Crane. I'm the art teacher at Bartle School. I've been here for 13 years, and I'm the current incoming HPEA president. I would like to read the letter publicly to staff, to the public, to the board, that our staff has signed and agreed with as our statement of how we are feeling. I wrote this letter. I wrote it because there was a great need for us to come to a cohesive statement about how we feel. There is no lies, there is no rhetoric, there is no speculation. These are the feelings of our staff. There was no coercion, there was no suggestion to sign this, and it was wholeheartedly agreed to, voted on, and signed by 201 of your staff members. You've all heard it before, but everyone needs to hear it because it's important. We, the employees of the Highland Park School District and members of the HPEA, are deeply shocked, saddened, and demoralized by the recent layoffs and drastic changes to our schools that have been implemented by Superintendent Capone and our current Board of Education. We do not support the choice made by these parties to trade the jobs of loyal and valued employees for computers and textbooks. We do not support any current or future agenda for school reform or privatization. We are currently working in a climate of fear and uncertainty due to the lack of good judgment, foresight, communication, and absence of humanity shown by our Board of Education, as well as the sweeping changes that are being implemented by our administrative leadership. We are currently working without a settled contract, which further disrupts the ability to plan for the future of our students and our families. The fact that our HPEA president and vice president were unemployed by our board further complicates an already troubled negotiation where we have reached impasse. We wholeheartedly support the efforts of HPEA and the Highland Park community that oppose the changes in our district represented by, but not limited to, job loss and school reform. We look forward to a time when we can come to our workplace feeling valued, respected, and appreciated. Until that time, and in spite of these dire circumstances, we will unwaveringly continue to educate, support, and advocate for our students and community in an effort to provide our children with well-rounded, highly effective school experience that encourages authentic learning. It is this creed to which we hold ourselves accountable. We thank you for your support. This is important. You have a staff in crisis. You have not addressed this. We've heard from a lot of people on a lot of the issues. You have a staff in crisis. What are we going to do about this? Thank you.
I would like to add, when are we going to do something about this? As now someone sitting on this side of the table, this is difficult to listen to comment after comment after comment after comment and not respond. And I'm wondering when this board, as a body, is going to choose to respond.
Nancy Corbelia in JEA. I'm representing the Highland Park Education Association. And obviously, it's not only Mr. Capone, but it's this Board of Education that is confirmed that they were interested in changing the leadership of the union. So, you don't hire me, you don't pay me. I've been here for 20 years. Board members have come and gone, presidents have come and gone, superintendents have come and gone, and I'm still here. I will continue to speak for those who can't or won't speak for themselves. And I am speaking for the Highland Park Education Association, those people that you have tried to intimidate and put the fear of God in. That's not how education works. I train horses and I've trained dogs. And you can get an animal to submit and do what you want, but I'm going to tell you, it's not quality work. So you can make people afraid, but you're not going to educate children appropriately. Mr. Capone, you have a history of targeting unions. I don't care what letters you may get or what friends you have in Delaware that are going to write and say that you're a wonderful man. The overall majority of people have targeted you, and you are labeled as someone who can't work with anyone, can't compromise, can't have a dialogue, and has targeted unions not only in Delaware, but certainly in Trenton, where you refuse to sit at the table. I understand that when you first came to Highland Park, what you did is you asked, who are the union leadership? Who's the grievance chairperson? We'd think you'd want to have a great working relationship with us, because we certainly do know that when the administration and the union work together, you can have productive results and a quality education when the parties are working together. Obviously, that's not what happened, because at least 30 to 40 days later, what you did is you issued RIF notices, elimination of positions. And you did that, and you eliminated the president and the vice president, and you eliminated anybody whose job maybe they could have had or not had. And what you did is you just thought you'll throw a few other people that are in there. You're trying to dismantle the district. The actions of this board allowed you to target the union leaders, and that is disgraceful. Every single one of you should bow your head. You have not been able to provide any financial or supportive data, and what you did is you said that the positions weren't needed, but yet you're filling the positions, and for your memo to go out, which basically said that you didn't have anybody collecting the money because you fired the person for the before school and after school programs, just shows that what you did is you acted out of haste and with no plan. And I have to blame the Board of Education that sat by and allowed you to do that. And Mr. Ross, your comments, as noted here today, confirms this unfair labor practice of anti-union animus that you have been a part of with the other people on the Board of Education. You said it. You said it in a public forum. Oh, yes. And you know what? I don't think anybody that we're going to subpoena is going to lie for you. And I don't know if you feel that you're going to be able to use his contacts to take you somewhere else and maybe not stay in Piscataway, but don't do that on the backs of the children of Highland Park.
How dare you? How dare you?
I know.
No, I
know.
No.
How dare
you? How dare you? And no.
You can object to it just...
I am objecting.
You can object
no, I'm objecting. I am objecting.
You can object to it just just like you fired those
you can innuendo,
who
you
have
can lie,
had to sell their home,
you can threaten,
and move out of state.
and this is out of line. It's out of
not
line.
Out of line.
It is.
No, it's not. And
You
I'm
can
gonna
threaten
continue.
me. You can make sure that people think
Your
that I am a bad person. But this is my integrity on the line. No, you are.
Your integrity
My integrity is on the line. If I say something,
Your integrity.
I stand by it.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly.
Yes, we will.
Your appointment of Mr. Soto to handle the complaints about bullying just shows how out of touch this Board of Education really is. You hired a bully to monitor bullying. Maybe if the Board of Education took the time to talk to the staff, and I'm pointing to you, since you seem to be so outraged, what you would do is you would understand that Mr. Soto makes it a practice of going to staff and talking about the people that he fired because he didn't like the way that they approached them. Now you tell me, why does somebody give somebody that message? What is the underlying theme to that? Don't make me mad, otherwise you're out of a job. If you don't think it's happening, open your eyes and go out and talk to the staff. My eyes are open.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank me for my comments. I'm going to tell you, you want to talk about saving money? Anybody here, take a look at the law firm that has been hired, Google them, and read the reports on the amount of excessive bills that they have charged boards of education in New Jersey. And you know what's great? Here you're talking about dollars and cents and eliminating secretaries and removing people from jobs who have been in position for 23 and a half years so that you can have a bunch of lawyers make a whole lot of money. Have fun.
I'm just saying.
Just let her.
Hello. I spoke at the last meeting, and Mr. Capone, I asked or suggested, I guess, that perhaps if you communicated more about your decision-making process to basically share your work with the group, that perhaps that would go a long way in assuaging fears that our collective goals may not be the same. Because let's face it,
In this room, we have one common goal: the success of our schools and each and every student. And at the same meeting, though, I stuck around till the wee hours, and at about 1 a.m. in the morning, the board did discuss communication, although the conversation centered around whether Twitter or a web page would be the first to fail. Newsflash, this is the information age. Chirp, tweet, poke, text, Facebook, email, PM, put a stamp on it, snail mail style. The delivery method is not the challenge here. It is the substance of the message we are craving. It is an agreed upon set of facts we are seeking. And I thank you, Mr. Ross, for your comments this evening about perhaps having more open meetings where an actual discussion can take place. But I just want to back up a little bit, because I think it would be helpful to note that the issues around communication and transparency started before Mr. Capone arrived. In early spring, a meeting was planned for the community input about the hiring of the new superintendent. And upon arrival at that meeting, I learned that the board would not be present. Only one person, who was a Middlesex rep who the board hired to aid them in the superintendent search. She took no notes, did not record the meeting in minutes or via recording, but she assured us she would relay all of our comments to the board. I thought, wow, she must have an outstanding memory. Luckily, through community request, there was a second meeting, and along with input at that meeting, we also received the results of the district-wide survey. And the meeting, the two meetings and the results from that survey were all incredibly consistent. And Catherine identified that the critical issues were identified as financial, an overemphasis on standardized testing, that we needed to address morale, collaboration among staff, and there was a concern about the impact on the district as it related to the need to improve technology in order to prepare for the park tests. And along with these issues, there was an emphasis about the hiring practice. And there was a lot of emphasis about don't rush, don't settle. The community was begging for involvement in vetting the candidate. But the board reassured us that although the public could not be involved in the sensitive process of sorting candidates, that we definitely would have input. And then I saw a job, I'm going to read just from the job description that was posted at that time. We asked for someone with an expertise in curriculum assessment, budget management experience, ability to lead, inspire, collaborate, and motivate staff, outstanding interpersonal and communication skills, and to my surprise, experience in using data to drive instruction. And it was a surprise because at no meeting and on no survey and at no time did you report that we were looking for someone to use data to drive instruction. But before any input was solicited from the public, the board announced an event to meet our new superintendent, Mr. Capone. And that felt like a much bigger surprise, I must say. So I'm going to ask the board, do you really feel that you followed the protocol that you promised us? Did you follow the timeline that you supplied? Did you bring us a second candidate like you said you would? Did anyone outside the board meet Mr. Capone before you signed a 4-year contract? Did you care? Did you see that this may have a longer-term impact? And you all say that you stand behind your decision, and I appreciate that, and the work done to date. In fact, I get the sense, as I think Susan already iterated, that perhaps if we knew what you knew, we'd be really excited too. But this is all I know. All I know is what I see and how I can compare that to what we looked for in a candidate. So I'm just going to quickly reference back. Expertise in curriculum assessment. Well, he handed that one off, right? We created a new position, paying $130K for that aspect of his job. Okay, so financial or budget management experience. So you started the year riffing 10 employees and stating that a savings in overall administrative costs took place. But Mr. Capone, you haven't reduced cost. You've reduced services, and then incidentally, the costs just went down. Well, you're not getting the same value at a lower cost. When you pull paras out of the classroom to cover office work, and when seniors' transcripts aren't being sent to colleges, we are not getting the same for less, we are getting less. I find it personally irresponsible that you would add $235,000 in administrators the same month that you announce this $700,000 shortfall, you announced $650,000 in RIFs and a $700,000 shortfall, knowing that that was headed our way. Ability to lead, inspire, and collaborate with staff, outstanding interpersonal and communication skills. We've just heard that 201 of our staff and teachers submitted a letter stating that we are currently working in a climate of fear and uncertainty due to the lack of good judgment, foresight, and communication. Data to drive instruction. The same 201 teachers and staff also say that they do not support the choice to trade coworkers for books and materials. But you surveyed them, right? This was based on their input. So I feel like you had your first chance to show that you could analyze the data to improve instruction, and you misread the data. But I guess that's why we were encouraged to spend $105K on a full-time data analyst. And again, like Susan already stated, it's a 40-hour-a-week, 12-month contract, but we have 1,600 students here. We have around a little more than 100, maybe 120 students per grade. That's a really small data set. And again, you know, with this idea of fear, you threw out on your facts things like student growth objectives and student growth percentiles and Achieve New Jersey, and you're thinking, wow, there's really a lot to track, but really those things are all components of Achieve New Jersey. And I could imagine, I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but that an objective versus a percentile might just be another column on the Excel spreadsheet, and that this is something that perhaps a full-time job with benefits maybe doesn't warrant. So forgive me if I feel a disconnect between what the district reported as priorities and what I see happening before me. But I do believe there is a misalignment. And I think it would be helpful for the board to recognize that there are real reasons for the discord. But hey, you're in charge, so maybe you can choose to do something about it. Maybe you could use some upcoming events as a platform to regain community trust needed for healthy forward motion. Harness the interest and engagement. When filling Ms. Romano's position, like in the past, could you assure us that this would be done by a committee made up of parents, teachers from that school, and a rep from the board? I am formally requesting that this be the method employed, rather than this becoming a central office decision. Recreate a task force to monitor state requirements. I understand we've done this before. Mr. Capone, you say there are ever-growing demands being made by the state, and you have used the threat of state oversight as the ultimate penalty. But instead of operating via rhetoric and fear, let's work from an accepted set of facts. Parents, teachers, and board working together to effectively communicate and inform what the issues are. Let's discuss the real challenges of being a focused school. Let's close the achievement gap. Let's collaborate on the solutions. 700K is a serious shortfall. I'm going to ask you to show your leadership. Take back those central administration jobs. Redistribute those tasks. We know you can. Just eliminate the positions. You compared our administrative to student ratio. How about central administration to student ratio? But let's send the right message to our teachers and help close the achievement gap by changing the teacher to student ratio. I want to make it clear, I just want a path forward. And as I said when I started, we are all in this together. We all want the same thing. And look around you, right? We are not the enemy. It is not you and us. It is we, right? When we go to the same chorus concerts. We volunteer at the same fundraisers. We cheer on the same sidelines. So we could, with a good faith effort on your part, move forward together.
Thank you, Kim.
Good evening. My name is Denise May Fryer, 314 Wayne Street. I had my kids in charter school for a couple of years. The reason I had my kids in charter school was because I didn't get warm fuzzies from Miss Romano. I've since learned that a lot of people like Miss Romano. I have nothing against her one way or another, but that's why I put my kids in charter school. I chose to return to Highland Park, where I've lived for almost 20 years, actually 20 years. I have 2 kids who are in the 6th grade. I give Ms. Bevilacqua, I don't know if she's still here or not, I commend her for coming forward and speaking at this time, because I think that it's really, really hard to do that as a teacher, knowing that there's intimidation and fear, or whatever the teachers are saying that they feel going on. So I commend her for that, and she should be commended for that. What I really want to say is we have a very diverse community of people from all socioeconomic backgrounds. There are a lot of us who are homeowners, and there are a lot of us who are renters. We like living here. A couple of years ago, we were fighting all the charter school nonsense that was going to go on with a Hebrew language high school that keeps rearing its head occasionally. We are sending children to a couple of other charter schools that we have to pay for. We've had a lot of contention over these issues. Now we have an us versus them with some people here, which I don't think is serving us any good. None of us. You're all neighbors of mine. I know some of you better than others, but you're all neighbors. We're your neighbors. As the other woman just said, our kids all play on the same teams. There's something wrong when you have teachers signing stuff. There's something wrong when you have people afraid. There's something wrong when you have a community that is so upset. I can't tell you what to do. I've never been on your board. I've never been a board member. I'm precluded from that by my job. I can't even run. So all I can stand here and say to you as another citizen, and I don't know how you can sit here and keep listening to all this and not lose your minds. Certainly if I was sitting there, I'd be wanting to throttle somebody. I'd be angry. I'd be upset. I don't know what I would be. I know that I would start thinking about trying to communicate with us, as somebody suggested, and I think as Mr. Ross, you agreed you would do. But there needs to be some dialogue. There's really bad mojo. There's really, really bad stuff going on. This is wrong. This is a very small community. It's a very, some of us, very highly educated community. It's not like it's going to go away. It's not like you're going to shut these people up. You're not. You're not. And we can all do it nicely, which is what I think we all want. I presume that you hired this guy, Mr. Capone, intelligently. There seems to be some issues. Maybe we need to look into it. I don't know. I can't say that. But we really need to talk. We really need to communicate, and we really need to make our teachers and our staff feel supported and comfortable so that they can continue to do their jobs and do it for my kids, for your kids, for the kids who live here, whether they're high achieving, and I have one of those, or whether they're in special ed with services or not, whether they have a learning disability, which I have a kid who's got. All kids. That's why we're here. So please, look in your hearts and see what's going on here. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I waited till everybody was done. Can I come back? Okay. I'm Sharon Kringle again, 147 North 7th Avenue. And now I'm speaking for myself, not for Wendy Safe and Joyce Schulman too. I just wanted to talk briefly about the budget. So I'm sorry, guys, I forget. I wanted to speak briefly about the budget. You know, folks have talked to you a little bit about how this feels like fear-mongering around, you know, data sets and the achievement gap, et cetera, and also around the budget. So, you know, I say this to you as a veteran of several budget campaigns. And we have dealt with tight budgets in Highland Park and all around the state since McGreevey was governor. That's a long time ago. Because there have been, you know, freezes on state aid, there have been cuts in state aid, et cetera, and we have had to deal with this year in and year out. So in the current case, if I understand correctly, 6 or 7 months into the current budget year, okay, so 6 or 7 months after you all approved a budget, there was a shortfall that necessitated 10 RIFs. So this is either incredibly poor planning or making the numbers tell the story that you want them to tell. If there's a shortfall, then why did we double the size of the central office? And if there isn't a large shortfall, then you guys should know, especially if you've been on the board for a little while, that the way you deal with that is line item transfers, you wait to see what the breakage is over the course of the year, et cetera, in order to plug the holes. But you don't fire 10 people in the middle of the school year. And I wonder about other aspects of stuff that was thrown in along with the budget discussion. So there was conversation about technology. Do you all know that in the 2014-2015 school year, that if our technology isn't up to snuff, that the park test can be given with paper and pencil? Do you know that? So we don't have, you know, till next September to get our technology in order. We have until the following year to get our technology in order. So these are the kinds of things that I think that the community wants to hear about. The explanations around this stuff. They want to know that you're looking at all this and that you are not making decisions in a knee-jerk way, in a cruel way, in an uninformed way, in a fear-mongering way. Because what it looks like is, or the result of this is that people feel like they can't trust you all to oversee the district. So I have one last recommendation for you. As you're getting ready, I know you're going into budget season soon, right? So as you're getting ready for the 2014-15 budget, you need to create a task force that includes teachers, staff members, parents, and community members to go over the fiscal situation in the district, decide on the district's priorities, go back and forth on all this stuff, do whatever investigating needs to be done so that we understand about Park and the Common Core and, you know, and our subgroups that need some resources, you know, put in their direction and some help that, you know, perhaps we have not been giving them enough. Listen, that could absolutely be true, and we absolutely need to do that kind of, you know, have that kind of focus. But I do think that in order to gain back some trust, and because money is key, right, you got to put together a group of people that can look at the budget. In the meantime, I just need to say this one more time. A lot of people have said it too, but I need to say it again. In the meantime, reinstate the 10 RIFT staff members. Decrease the central office staffing. Stop the fear-mongering, the big kind and the little kind. Just stop it, because it doesn't help kids at all. And all it does is add to the revolt, because as everybody has said, nobody's going away. Things are getting worse. And yes, communication is key. There needs to be more communication. But the communication also can't just come in FAQs and answers from you guys. I hope that the communication committee can convince all of you to hear all of us better. So I want to say also one last time to you guys, you need to stop this, and you need to fix it. Thanks.
Sharon, I want to point out, and to lots of other people that have said we're not listening to you. We are listening to you. And at the last strategic planning meeting, we answered tons of questions. Mr. Capone answered tons of questions from the people that stayed in the meeting. They had questions, and they asked the same questions you're asking. And I want to let you know that a lot of questions have been answered.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kate Yurga. I live at 137 Hill Street. Sorry. I have 2 daughters, one of whom attends Irving. And I just have 2 points to make. First, I think it's really unconscionable that you are hiding behind a self-made policy of not responding at meetings. I find it extremely frustrating that you just sit there refusing to respond, except when the few times you choose to. The second point that I'd like to make is that the RIFs need to be reversed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out.
Hello, Robert Slevich, 123 Magnolia Street, Highland Park, New Jersey.
Hi, Rob.
Earlier this week, I sent 2 emails to the board. One was about the agenda items. The second one was my list of, I think this week it was 32 questions to the board. And honestly, to get the response that we cannot respond by email due to rules about speaking in open public meetings is a little, I think, disingenuous. I think you're trying to fool someone because, honestly, I understand that as the board, you can't sit down and go, how are we going to respond to this question? How are we going to respond to that question without having a meeting? But I think any one of you could go, hey, I received his email. Here's my response to question number 1. Here's how I feel about it. And here's my response to it on a one-to-one basis, not as a board member. And you know what? Someone actually did do that with the agenda. And that was Mr. Capone. He's like, hey, Rob, look, here they are. They're on the website today, and I attached them in an email to you. Now, going to those attachments, I want to show you one thing, because one of the things that bothered me was that we were talking about textbooks. I said, oh, we're buying the textbooks. At the end of the meeting, we find out that I think it was 10 of the textbooks have been ordered. A whole bunch of other classes still haven't made a decision. I don't see anything in tonight's agenda about textbooks. But I do see a bill list. I see a bill list for December 16th to the 31st. It's one line, $321,000. I see another bill list to be approved tonight for high school athletics. It's 3 lines, broken down, $65 for wrestling, $53 for soccer, $75 for football, a total of $193. You're going to be voting on each of these independently. $193 bill for high school athletics, broken down, and $321,000 with absolutely no breakdown. Is this any of this for textbooks? Any of this for technology? Tonight's PowerPoint, $450,000 for technology. There's a simple park spreadsheet. You put in a number of students and how many days you're going to do the test. It tells you how many computers you need and where you are at with bandwidth speed. Has that been put onto the website at all? Has any of the PowerPoint presentations by Mr. Capone been put on the website? I haven't seen any of those on the website. I will not be satisfied going to a meeting and hearing a verbal response as opposed to a broken down document on the website showing here's our shortfall, here's our budgetary reasons for what we're doing, and put it in writing, put it on the website, put it out there to be vetted, not in some sort of verbal short meeting. Thank you.
Hi, Lorena Edenbaum, 201 South 2nd Avenue. I was not going to speak today. I promised my husband before I left my house. You're not going to talk, right? I'm like, yes, promise. but it's hard for me to sit back and hear some of you talking to the board. I know you are upset, but I don't think it's right. It's my personal opinion. Some of you are very aggressive, and I'm putting into the line the integrity of these people. So saying that, I'm a kindergarten teacher in the charter school. My kids attend Highlands Park School District. Why? Because I believe in the district, because they have terrific teachers here, and the board and everyone has proved me that this is the place to have my kids. I want to be part of the solution. I'm bilingual, so we are working to create a building of communication. Matt is going to be talking to you about all this later. So we really encourage everyone to participate when we decide when the next meeting is going to be. It's open to everyone. If you're Chinese, I'm there because I'm an educator and I speak Spanish, so I think I could get another part of our community. Thank you. And I don't know how you guys do it, honestly. I'll be like...
Good evening. My name is Beth Stuckey, 19 Grant Avenue. I've spoken at every meeting since what I call this debacle has begun. It's like everybody else, I'm sure we've all lost a lot of sleep about this. And there's a few things I want to say. I didn't really come prepared tonight because I really wanted to hear what everybody else had to say and see where I fit with that. So I moved in 1984 because my sister-in-law and brother-in-law said, you got to come to Highland Park, you got to come to Highland Park, and got us a house on the same street, Grant Avenue, that they lived on. And then our family grew from a 3-month-old to 4 children, and we needed to buy another house, a bigger house. We didn't even want to leave our avenue, let alone leave Highland Park, so we moved across the street into a bigger house where we remain today. Now we're back down to 1. My kids love that they grew up here. They loved this town. They thank us for having been brought up here. I feel like we made a great decision. We've been the recipients of many kindnesses from this community. I'd like to think that we've given back. I like to continue to give back. So I think what I really am thinking about today is that, you know, the people who are on this board, I know at least half of you. I've watched one of you grow up a little bit. Been in my house, been in your house.
I wonder who that
my
is.
daughter is friends with one of yours. That's what I'm just trying to say, is that that's the way it is here. You've heard this over and over again tonight. My point being that I've gone to holiday parties, I've been in the supermarket, I've been in the drugstore, and everywhere I go, this is what people are talking about. This is what people are upset about. This is what is dividing us, where there was no, I don't want to say there was no division. I'm sure there's always people who don't get along and there's other issues, but this is a biggie. I'm sure we know that the schools are a biggie here. That's why we're all sitting here, and that's why you're sitting there, because you care about the schools. However, if you were not on the board and you were sitting where we're all sitting and you were listening to another board saying the things that you're saying, you'd be going, what's wrong here? Like, what aren't they hearing? I feel like there's been a coup. I know that's pretty grandiose, but I feel like there's been a coup. And I started off thinking it was just all about our new superintendent, Mr. Capone, and it is indeed a lot about Mr. Capone. But really, what I'm feeling, and this makes me sick, is I'm feeling it about the board. I know the board has dug in. I know that you feel that this is all in our best interests. And yet, I don't know how you can sit there, friends and neighbors of mine, and think that this is in our best interest, because no matter what you're looking at on paper, this is not in our best interest. This is not in our children's best interest. This has not been in the best interest of the people who have lost their jobs. This has not been in the best interest amongst people who go and socialize together and disagree. disagree with each other, even if it's respectfully. I don't like sitting here hearing you being attacked. I don't like the venom that I hear. I don't really want to have venom in my own voice. But I don't understand that this woman that just spoke and other people who have spoken, you heard Kathy Katofsky say this is not good for our kids. I asked Mr. Ross, I said this at the last, when I stood up, these were considered emergent issues. And yet, we have emergencies now on our hands. We have emergencies of all kinds here. We have emergencies between friends, between neighbors, between morale of our teachers, between our children coming home and telling us what they're hearing and what they're thinking, between laid off people telling me that they were told don't even come back Thursday or Friday, sign this, between guidance counselors who were not even discussed. So I'm talking about leadership. And leadership, there is not a good leadership here, and this is a really important job. And I don't understand how, if you read the papers and you heard about this moving, people, all kinds of random decisions being made, like that are being made every single day, when nothing was an emergency up until the point it became an emergency because of what was done. They were emergent issues, and now they are emergency issues, and it is a question of leadership. I mean, where is the positive leadership? How many times can you not hear that we need a positive leadership? We've never had this before. Maybe, and you were in high school then, maybe with a previous superintendent many years ago, we had this, and we worked hard to get it undone, and it took a long time. And I hate to think it's going to take us a lot of years to undo what you think you're building, but what we see as destructive. So I'm looking at, can you please sit there and picture yourself over here, listening to everything, and say to yourself, there's a problem. There's a big, big problem, and we are the leaders, and we elected a leader, and he's not doing a good job of leading, so what are we going to do about it? Please do something about our leadership here and get this community back on track. Thank you.
My name is Colin Marks. I write down stuff. Wait. So, like, I think, sorry. Like, this whole entire situation is not ideal. It should not be this way, and this should not have happened. You should not, there should have been I believe there is something that could have prevented this. And that's probably better communication. Better communication would have been the step 0, not the next step. I really I don't really know too much about the details of everything. But I can talk about what I see from observation, and is that this is really dysfunctional. I don't see too much progress being made with understanding, and not too much is getting done, and I want something to be done sorry. So I sent to you an email before concerning a dialogue concerning so I also asked for understanding concerning the law regarding the questions and what questions can I ask that can be answered. So I believe that these questions, at least some of them can be answered, some of them have legitimacy. They're not all personnel issues. I know that you know that, but Like, I really believe that things would function a lot better if there was a dialogue, or at least something better than this.
Good evening. My name is Ann Gowan. I live on South 2nd Avenue, and I have 2 children in the district. I got up to speak in response to Ms. Berkowitz's comment that Mr. Capone had, in fact, been answering questions in various settings. I appreciate that. I spoke with Mr. Capone on the phone early on in this process. He called in response to an email I had written. And I got up today, honestly, just to express a feeling of profound disappointment at the transparency with which I feel you addressed me. I was complaining about the RIFs, and you assured me that, these positions, it was unfortunate that the RIFs had to happen, but, every effort had been made to ensure that these were positions that did not have student contact. So I thought, okay, well, it's unfortunate, but I guess that is the place you cut if you have to cut. And then I got home and I started hearing about Ms. Bardis, teaching students one-on-one, and I get home and I say to my husband and I are talking about this, and we start thinking, like, well, what's going to happen with these secretarial positions? There's no secretaries at the high school. And then we find out that, yes, as we suspected, paras are being moved over there. I mean, those are positions with student contact. Those are my paras. I feel like there was this representation made that, there was not going to be any messing with student contact professionals, and there really was. So I'm disappointed. I appreciate your willingness to answer questions, but I don't feel that mine was answered transparently, with all due respect. One other point concerning transparency, this feels very rude to me to discuss. This is the issue about the resume and the alleged omissions. You've put me in a difficult position with regard to my own children. They're asking me, Mom, what's going on? What's all this stuff about the superintendent's resume? And, I'm trying to explain, this happened and that happened, and he didn't put this on, but he did say he was an acting principal on assignment. And it's really difficult for me to explain how that's an honest presentation. It's just really difficult. So I don't really have much to say in conclusion, but I'm just very disappointed, and I hope that we can do better. I'm not one of those people who wants to drive you out of town, but I really am hoping for more transparent communication between you and the parents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann.
My name is Tina Weishaus. I live at 143 North 5th Avenue. I'll be brief. I just want to say, join with other people in saying, you eliminated these positions, you can reinstate these positions. It is within the board's power to do that, and I think that would go a very, very long way in terms of changing the relationships in town that have gotten very, very unpleasant. Especially in the schools. I think it's odd listening to people that, to take paras out of the classroom who work with special ed kids who are in that lower group. That special ed is the group that makes when you add it all up, it brings the numbers down, the percentile down. And additionally, when you think about removing a student assistance counselor, it's kind of, I don't even know that it's legal. People have said there are state recommendations, but more than that, there are regulations about the need to have someone in a district that can address substance abuse problems. And when you remove somebody who had such good relationships with the students, that you're then also leaving those students who are very disaffected and may turn to substances, and they will also bring the numbers down. Their scores, they're not going to be attending school in the same way. it doesn't add up. Other people said that. It does not add up. So first and foremost, we need to reinstate the RIFT employees, and we can, at the same time, reduce the number of people in the central office. But what I wanted to really say, I wanted to make just a recommendation to the board, because when I started to get involved, which was just, I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago, I heard the name of a book called Reign of Error, written by Diane Ravitch. And I went and I read it right away. And she was somebody that had worked under the first Bush administration in the Department of Education. And she was at a pretty high level, and she was all for accountability, and she was involved with bringing in a lot of the testing. And I guess she was involved with what eventually became the No Child Left Behind stuff. But what happened was, when she saw what direction it was going in, she pulled away and she said, no, this is the wrong direction and it's a mistake, and she apologized. So I think that my recommendation to the board and to the entire community is that everybody read that book, but particularly the board. And I think that Diane Ravitch really gives the example of changing course, of saying, I believed this, and I know that everybody on the board believes that they're doing the best thing for students. I certainly don't doubt that people get very committed to a position because they think that this is the right way to do it. But I think that Diane Ravitch, who had that experience at the national level, can actually, and the book is so clear, and she explains the use of statistics and the use of testing to create, impossible standards that then drives a narrative of failure. This is not just happening in Highland Park. This is happening across the state, and we are connecting with other districts who are also trying to stand up and fight back. In Newark, they're trying to close 20 community schools rather than rehabilitate them and use the money to actually improve the conditions. Closing schools destroys communities, and they're turning over those buildings to charter schools. That's not what we have here. We are a different district. We are a suburban, or at least a urban suburban district. But this is a narrative of failure and needing testing and impossible standards that, turning over public education to the private sector. Education is not a business. We cannot proceed with this. And I really recommend to the board that you read some of the literature. I don't know if anybody's read anything by Diane Ravitch, but she's very compelling. I would like the whole town to read it. I would like the library to designate it as a community book, and that we could all have a conversation about that book. But what is happening here is not just unique to Highland Park, although most people have been talking about it because we're experiencing the particular effects of it in our district. It is happening across the state, and it is happening across the nation, and we have to retrieve and defend our public schools and our public education, and really democracy, because it is the basis of a democratic society. We have to stand up. I think that what people here are doing in our community is wonderful, because we're standing up for public education.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Tina, and I just want to let you know, and I think some other people have heard me say this, I've talked to Diane specifically about what's happening here. Diane is going to stay involved, and I'm hoping to be able to bring her here in the spring to speak to our community.
My name is Melissa Newman. I'm at 215 Montgomery Street. I wanted to talk about the Bring Your Own Technology Acceptable Use Agreement. The second from the bottom, we acknowledge and agree that printing at school personal devices is not permitted. I don't think that's necessarily a good policy, and that maybe we should do a system where maybe the parents can put money on a debit account or something for the child, like say $20 at the beginning of the school year, and when the child prints out a piece of paper, they're just charged 5 cents from the account or something, because to say you can't ever print out anything could restrict learning of the students.
Can you say where that is again?
It's in the,
It's on the back of this sheet that was given out to
It's
everybody.
in the acceptable use agreement
I'm looking
attached
at it.
to
I don't
the.
know where's the part you're talking about?
The second one from the bottom.
I think that's something that we should look into and finding the proper.
I'm sorry, I don't see it. Can you be more specific? Which page? Page.
The very back page.
Page 6 of 6. Okay. Got it. Now show me where again?
This one at the bottom.
I see. Thank you. Huh?
We would have to buy systems to do that.
Just tell me when you're ready. Hi. Can everybody hear me? Okay. My name is Lauren Picciano. I live at 324 Graham Street. I have 2 children in the Bartle School. And what I wanted to say briefly was I wanted to reinforce something Kathy Kotofsky said about how important it is that whoever takes over her duties, if she is not reinstated, and I certainly hope she is, that whoever takes over her duties has the specialized substance abuse training, skills. I am a psychologist, and my husband is a psychologist, and he worked with Kathy for 10 years when he was clinical director of the teen center here in Highland Park. So he can really speak to her qualifications. But as a psychologist who has worked for 20 years with mostly adolescents and college-age individuals where substance abuse is a key issue, and having worked on a treatment research study where I was interviewing substance abusers for 4 hours about their use. I mean, I have had that experience, but I still, in my practice, will refer somebody to a substance abuse specialist if they have that issue, because that's how specialized the treatment is. And I think we can all agree, and I could just speak as a professional, how insidious addiction is, and yet how under the radar it goes, and denial is a key feature of it. So you really need somebody who has the specialized skills and training to work with kids who are dealing with that. And I just want to thank Kathy for all her work in the district. And And I want to say, I mean, it would be such a boon to get her back because she has worked in this field for so long. And I mean, part of the job of SAC is referring. And she knows the community of therapists out there for this issue. So thank you for listening. And I hope you all get a good sleep tonight.
Thank you.
I'm Felice Schrager. I live at 120 Graham Street, and I've been here since 1950. My children went through the schools I was a substitute teacher in both the middle and the high schools while I pursued my graduate studies in political science, by the way. So I can't help you anything on this score, but I can tell you that I have worked on boards all of my life, including today, and I go to a lot of board meetings, including Johnson & Johnson. So I have observed boards, but I have found yours among the least engaged boards I have ever been to today. I haven't been to any of your other meetings, but I am assuming you do all of your work in private meaning as with other board members, because you certainly don't share anything with the people here. And I believe perhaps had you taken the trouble to speak individually tonight prior to just kind of doing nothing in a way, you might have gotten all of us in a different frame of mind. I have a question for you. Can you reverse any of the personnel changes? Because apparently that is what everybody wants you to do. So can you do that? I'd like an answer now. If I could have an answer from anybody.
Yes.
Can we get, you can, who is saying yes?
I said yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, what would you have to do to affect that?
A motion would be needed to be.
I don't hear you.
A motion would needed to be put on the floor.
He said he needs a motion to be put before the board. No. Am I, as a citizen of Highland Park, allowed to make a motion? No.
No.
Okay. Is there anybody around on the board who'd like to make a motion to that effect? In other words, you are prepared to stifle the entire community's feelings.
Are you asking me?
Or would you like to just table it and tell us when you might let us know that you're going to be prepared to do this kind of thing? Because I can only tell you, I don't know about my own, I have a vote, obviously, but I can only tell you that if all of you want to remain in any job you ever have in Highland Park, you're going to be known. You are going against the entire community.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I did not get your name. How can I address you? I would like to address you by name. Can you tell me your name again?
Yes, Felice Schrager.
Felice Schrader. Ms. Schrader, thank you so much. I appreciate your directness. I appreciate your respectful, direct question to the board. I just want to respond to you in a respectful, direct way. That is the newest member of the board, just I'm losing my seated. Thank you. This evening, the reason I feel I can't make such a motion is because I have not had an opportunity to speak with my colleagues in closed session. Once I have an opportunity to do so and address some of my own personal questions, my response to you may be quite different at another meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll ask for your name in return. Your name is?
My name is Darcy Cimarusti.
Darcy. Well, nice meeting you anyhow. Nice having met all of you. I have no personal feelings one way or the other, but I did feel the sense of the community. And I seem to share that too. And next time, may I make a suggestion? Please put the budget figures that you didn't even show, that you just sort of talked about, on the papers that you handed out. We got a lot of papers, but they did not pertain really to what we needed to do tonight. On the change of personnel, we did, but on the budget, we didn't. And how could you, Mr. Capone, decide after having come here for such a short time that we needed new textbooks? I mean, there's nothing wrong with getting textbooks. I taught at at a college too. So it's not just that we don't need textbooks occasionally, but I do think after a short period of time in a new school where you say we had a budget shortfall, I don't see that we need new textbooks. I'm also a taxpayer of the community. I don't like to see my hundreds of thousands of dollars go down the drain, perhaps rather than giving sports activities and other student activities some more money. So I'm surprised that you were able to decide that we needed new textbooks. But maybe we do, and obviously you will do that. If you care to answer it for everybody, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, good night.
Thank you.
Okay, I myself don't feel that I can make particular demands.
Can you give your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Donna DiStefano. I live at 222 Montgomery Street. I myself don't feel that I can make particular demands as to the entire situation. In general, it does seem to me that the community's brought up really valid and very serious concerns. As I've been listening to everything, it seems to me that the community really doesn't trust the administration. And, you know, regardless of tit for tat, I just really don't see this going in a good direction for the community, for the school systems, for the children because of that. And so I think that, you know, would be a good idea for the legal and financial options and considerations of how having a new administration would occur. The reason I really came up here was not to really talk about who to get rid of and those details, but my biggest concern is about the substance abuse counselor, and it really doesn't seem like there's any valid replacement that's going to be put into the schools right now. As this issue has been coming about, I had met with a friend of mine, a colleague. I actually am a therapist and a substance abuse specialist. That colleague in his community experienced the loss that same morning of a drunk driver, a teenage drunk driver, killing 3 of his friends. He was really distraught. He came late for breakfast. I was surprised he still came because he was counseling the families of whom he and his children knew. This it wasn't really an incident, this tragedy not only affected the 3 lives that were lost and their families, but also actually 5, including the driver of a tractor trailer that the car drove into, and also the drunk driver himself that went to jail for killing his friends. So, you know, I mean, there's one thing to consider, you know, the future of our children, and that is very serious. I mean, I personally take, you know, my children's education really seriously. But these really are life or death decisions as to who you have that identify these children. And it's really difficult. I mean, even as a substance abuse professional, you know, I've been, you know, I've been fooled too. You know, so you need the right person and you need somebody that really cares and knows your community and knows your kids. So I guess that's mainly what I came up here to say.
Thank you.
Linda, can you text Joe to see what perfect, thank you. I think that's what it was.
My name is Aaron Todd. I live at 79 Lawrence Avenue. And I want to be very brief. I think part of what I want to talk about is planfulness. And let me admit that I came in planning just to listen. And of course, I, as usual, learned a great deal. And I changed my plan. I have something to say about planfulness. I have a suspicion, and it may be that I'm not the only one who has noticed this. It may be that there are members on the board who have noticed this as well. There's a certain lack of planfulness in the moves that we've seen, I think mainly instigated by our present superintendent. There are glitches on the way to whatever it is that he wants to do. And there are things that sort of are put out there as a way of explaining what it is that he wants to do. This is Mr. Timothy Capone. I think that I am myself not very good at planning things out. I do find that when I get started on something, I realize there are things I hadn't noticed or hadn't realized. And I see a fellow a being, a compatriot in a sense, in Mr. Capone. He has something in mind that he wants to get done. He has some reason for doing it. He can put out that reason. The thing to be done somehow hasn't been planned out ahead. Maybe he is missing some advice from other people who've been in administrative positions longer than he has. I am wondering whether I am the only person, I don't think I am, in this room has noticed that there's a certain lack of planfulness on his part. I am hoping, I am expecting, I have been surprised so far by not seeing it, but I am hoping that members of the board have noticed this lack of planfulness. I would like to recommend that you do a certain amount of planning on whatever it is that you are about to embark on, which I hope is in fact something that has been repeated again and again, and I think it needs to be repeated yet one more time, and then one more time after that, that those 10 people who were dismissed so heartlessly, so cruelly, so abruptly, so unnecessarily by Mr. Capone, but with the cooperation of this board. Not unanimous, not this particular board now that there's a new member on it, but it was not a majority, it was not a unanimous decision. Apparently there was some miswriting of minutes. I hope somebody less close to Mr. Capone is taking the minutes this evening and in future executive committee meetings. Please plan it out. It is possible to reinstate these 10 people with or without the cooperation of the superintendent. I've noticed that most of the motions, maybe all of them, are in agreement with the superintendent. We vote in favor of such and such a dismissal or whatever it happens to be. Please, I recommend a certain amount of planfulness, but do get started on this process. It is extremely important for our community, for our school system, for our self-respect, and of course, yes, indeed, for the reputations of every member of this board. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Good. Okay, thanks. I want to follow up on the remarks that Tina Weishaus made because I think they are crucial to what is going on with the school systems in Highland Park, in the state, and in the country. Public education is under attack in the United States, all over the place. At Rutgers, where I work, public education is under attack. Okay, I'm not going to go into that at this point, but there's a big, long, important story there. What I really want to say is you guys are on the board because you are here to protect and enhance public education. That responsibility doesn't stop when you leave this room. That responsibility is also extended to public education in the state and the country. You have to pay attention to the context in which you are working. If the state is providing inadequate funding, and I'm sure it is, I have no trouble believing that, then that is a crisis not only for you, but for everybody else in this room, that there is insufficient funding for public education. And I think you have to now start to think creatively. You have a crisis on your hands. I think it's pretty clear that you do. You have managed to unite the faculty in the school system, unite the public, unite a variety, and the teachers' unions, and so on. And that is a very powerful thing you've done. Now I would like to suggest that you seize an opportunity to do something different with this situation, which is to start to think about how to protect the funding for education here and in New Jersey. That's a long process. That's not simple. That takes a lot of work and a lot of organizing. And so what I really want to suggest is that you use the leadership positions that you have to begin that organizing process. You will move a lot of people here to come to your support to do that. And here's the first thing you must do, though, because it's come up again and again and again, and it's become a test. You have to reinstate the people that you ripped. Start there. Start there and do it now. And then listen to Diane Ravitch, read her book, think about the context, talk to people about what's happening to public education in the United States and in New Jersey, and begin to work to defend and support it. Thank you.
Since I already spoke, I'll make it very brief, and everybody else I think who wanted to speak has now had a chance again. Again, my name is Gary Mitchell from 226 Lincoln Avenue. I just have two quick comments. One, there was a reference by a board member to the strategic planning meeting. Just so it's clear how few people attended that meeting, and how there was 5 to 6 times as many people outside that meeting in protest of your decisions. I think that should be clear. And there's a video of that up on the web if you guys want to see what took place when the 250 people were inside, those of you who weren't there. My second point is, going back to the executive session minutes of November 4th, where arguably, in my mind, you acted illegally by making budgetary decisions in private, and Mr. Soto, I believe, took those executive session minute meetings, which I do not think would pass the test of being adequate to the task of recording what an executive session should have recorded if anybody was to test that. And as I said, I think that test can still be done since those minutes were not released to the public until December 13th. So the time is still ticking on whether those decisions, or whether a court, arguably, or any member of the public, whether I, for example, could file a lawsuit that said your decisions were invalid because you made them in secret and they involved budgetary reasons, as Mr. Capone explained to you. But I want to avoid that because I don't want to pay any more lawyers' fees, as somebody said tonight. And that's one reason, frankly, I haven't gone down that route, right? Because I don't want to enrich other lawyers in this public task that you folks, I think, have, in all due respect, failed. So what I would ask you to do is share with the public what you were told by Mr. Capone in full, in all the detail, memos, documents, and I have to assume if there was a responsible decision that you all made on November 4th in that executive session, that there was documentation presented by Mr. Capone at that time, at that moment, to each of the board members who, except for Darcy, who were there at that meeting, who, when you voted on information that the superintendent you hired had provided to you in paper, in documentation. All that should be up on the web for the public to see by Wednesday morning. Right? That I challenge you to do that. And at 11 o'clock at night, after you listened very patiently for 3 hours of public comment, I think if you did that, and I'm not saying I don't think you also need to take other concrete steps like reinstating the people that were wrongfully riffed. But I think you begin, somebody else said, show us the number, show us the paper. Show us what you were told in executive session by the superintendent you hired that made it such an immediate crisis that you absolutely needed to fire, to eliminate 10 positions and make it so that those people couldn't move around. Show us the numbers, show us the data, show us the information on which you acted. And if you didn't have any, then I think you owe the community a more serious explanation of why you failed your duties. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello, I'm Colin Nickel. I live at 115 North 5th Avenue. I have gone to this school district my entire life. I love this school. I live across the street from the high school. I love this school, and I love what you guys have been doing with it. I know some of you live close to me, but I really think that the rifts, I know it's been said almost every speech, the rifts need to be undone. And I'm going to use an example of Ms. Gutowski. I have a mild case of ADD, ADHD, and she was put on a board to help me organize myself and get my work done. And in 15 minutes, she sorted out a plan with a bunch of other people that helped me and will help me for my entire high school career. And I really don't think that someone with that much expertise should be fired because of a budget cut.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very courageous.
Board members, my name is Dan Carmalt. I'm a recent transferee here into the district. I'm talking primarily here because you haven't heard from me yet. Although the things that I would have to say here you've heard in spades time and time again here tonight. I wouldn't want my presence here without comment to go ignored. My wife and I moved with our two small children to Highland Park this past August. And the reason we moved to Highland Park, other than my wife's job circumstances, were because we heard great things about the schools. We did not anticipate that we would be walking into the firestorm that we walked into. The things that we heard about the schools was that they had great teachers, great support staff, art programs, which are hard to find these days, music programs, great specials. We don't want any of that to change. Those are the reasons why we came here. I find the rifts very unfortunate. One, as my wife spoke earlier this evening before she came home to tag team me so I could come back here, Ms. Bardis worked directly with our eldest son. I echo the sentiments here that the rifts be reversed, and I just caution you that lots of people are watching the activity of the board as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. If there is no more public comment, Anne, could we have the curriculum report, please?
The curriculum committee met tonight, and we talked to Michelle Callis about. Is it not on?
You're on, just not close to me.
It's on. The curriculum committee did meet tonight. We talked to Michelle Callis about ongoing meetings that she's having with various grade levels to work on aligning curriculum with standards. On student assessments, on selection, student assessment selection with teacher input, and on the kinds of professional development opportunities that are going to be offered going forward. And with that,
2 through 8 and 9 on the addendum.
I'd like to move items 2 through 8 and 9 on the addendum, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any comments? Discussion?
I have a few questions. Number 7 and 8. 7 deals with a Saturday school program, it looks like, and 8 deals with a academic center. I'd like to know what students are being identified for these programs, where we're getting the funding for these programs, and what are the and why are they only for that short period of time?
We've had Saturday school every year, and it's for skill, and it was in the budget. It's for skills fragile.
I thought we canceled Saturday school, and we took it out of the budget.
It's for HESPA prep. No, I don't think we did.
No, this goes beyond HESPA prep. The teacher approached me and she said it was a great idea to really address the needs of the lowest quartile students, those that had the biggest academic needs. And so it was suggested an after-school program which would require 2 teachers, actually 1 teacher and 2 assistants during the daytime as an after-school program and as a Saturday academy program.
Well, the district for years had a Saturday program that we took out of the budget about 2 years ago. And that was done for academic recovery and seat time as well. Is that going to be some of the attributes of these programs?
I would imagine that's going to be taken into consideration. As a matter of fact, the person that was supposed to have done the presentation was ill and could not make it tonight.
You know, these are new programs that are, you know.
This is tied with the Middle States Action Plan, and this has to do with our accreditation.
Oh, sorry. Say it.
This was developed by the staff at the high school associated with the Middle States Action Plan and tied with our accreditation.
Is there curriculum for the program? Where are we with the planning of the program?
All of this stuff was done with the principal and with the staff at the high school again, through the accreditation process, and we have money set aside for that.
Okay. I also want to bring up the items on the addendum. I brought this up earlier tonight, and I wanted to talk about items that we're moving on the addendums, and that it is not practice for many years of moving many items in many sequential meetings on the addendum. I want to know why item 9 is an emergent item that needs to be moved on tonight's addendum and not on the next board meeting.
It was submitted after the agenda was created, and as you can see, it starts on the 13th.
Okay.
So, and I appreciate...
Tim, we can't hear you at all.
Adam, I appreciate that we want to get as much off of addendums as possible, but I think this came up I'm talking into it. That's as good as I get. I think this came up before when I found an issue when we were approving something that had happened in the past. So
yeah.
I would I don't like addendums either. I would prefer everything to be in the main packet, but I also don't want to approve expenses that have already happened. I want to approve things, and I think the board should approve things before they occur. So if we need the SAT prep, we need to approve the payment for the SAT prep before it happens.
Right. I completely agree with you, and I just hope that in the future that we have significant planning where we will know in advance of at least 1 or 2 board meetings that something like this will be coming down the pike, and we could put it on the regular agenda.
I agree with you.
I just want to speak to the curriculum committee meeting as well, which was hosted by Michelle Callis, and I guess this is her second day in the district. So on her second day in the district, she met with, do you have the grade levels? It was 2nd and 4th grade? 3rd and 5th?
3rd and 5th today.
3rd and 5th grade teachers.
2 and 4 tomorrow, and then K and 1 on Wednesday.
She met with all of the grade level teachers to discuss the implementation of new Common Core aligned curriculum, or rather, Common Core aligned programs that the district will be purchasing. This is a process that's completely done with staff input. The teachers have been given, as far as we understand it, full reign to choose and select whatever materials they believe is the best fit for their students. And these materials will be aligned K3, and 4 will have a separate program, and 5 will have a separate program as well. From the meeting, in addition to the programs that were discussed and sort of the process of how curriculum was going to be planned to be actually aligned with Common Core, there was also a very extensive discussion about professional development. And there was a lot of discussion about specific implementation of these programs and how that would be done. But there was also sort of best practices professional development that was discussed, and that will also be a very integral part of improving sort of how teachers are feeling about the programs that are being offered, about how students are receiving this information, because teachers across a particular grade level will have a common material that they're using. They'll also have vertically aligned materials so that from grade level to grade level, they'll be talking about the same things, they'll be working on the same things. And from the professional development list that was generated by the staff, Michelle and the other administrators will work towards developing a professional development plan for those teachers, which will go into effect this year. The plan at this point, as far as we understand it, is that once materials are selected, there's going to be a pilot program done this year for the curriculum that will go into place next year, so that it can be taught by the teachers, that it can be assessed by the teachers, that the teachers can adjust their lesson planning, and that when it goes into effect during the 14-15 school year, that it will be something that has been truly teacher-driven and really laid out very well for them, so that everybody's comfortable with what's being taught. So I got a very good impression from what Michelle said about the teacher involvement, and I believe that continued development with other grade levels is on the horizon and should yield the same results.
And just to add to that, one of my concerns during that conversation was how we're going to address differentiation within these materials, and I felt very comfortable with Michelle's answer that there is going to be more professional development for differentiation, and that it will be possible using these materials. And also the materials I think we talked about were Wonders and Scholastic Guided Reading, and I know I'm excited to sort of go back and research those some more if anybody else wanted to look at those.
I have a question about literacy and some of the things, Tim, that you were saying about we didn't have a consistent way of looking at literacy in the district. So where are we going with that? Or who's in charge of that?
Well, one of the things that we've addressed and been talking about is the fact that in each grade level they had different ways of assessing students, and we had different materials that were being used. In general, the one thing that was consistent was the Voices program, which was not something that the staff felt was a good product to be using and didn't feel it was meeting the needs of the students. So again, we set up this process and to make sure that, again, the people that it really matters if they understand and can use the materials are the teachers in the classroom. So this is a selection process. Again, we're meeting with each grade level over the next 3 days, and then on Friday we're bringing representatives from the grade levels back, again, to kind of finalize and make sure that we have something that is continuous, that builds on itself, and that it's aligned not only to the standards and to the assessments, but ensures that we're building on it. The other benefit to that is where, again, at the beginning of each year, we have to retest students in the new program or in the new assessments. This actually cuts the assessment, the number of assessments we have to give students, because it's continuous and can be tracked from year to year.
So will there be a way of monitoring the kids' progress, the students' progress?
So there's both benchmarking that's done, which would track within the general instruction that the teachers would create and use. And in addition to that, you would have something like the DRA is what was I think that's what they're leaning towards.
Okay. Good, thank you.
I was also really excited to hear that there's going to be a stronger writing component. I know that we've had some parental concern and some community concern over our lack of a writing program at the Bartle School. So I was very excited to hear that there's now going to be a writing component in the ELA materials. I said I'm very excited to hear that there's going to be a writing component in the new materials. There's been a lot of parental concern, and there's been a lot of community concern over the lack of any writing program at Bartle School. And the new materials do have a very strong writing component, so I was very interested and excited to see that.
Is there any other discussion?
I just want to go back to 7 and 8. I do not feel like I have enough information to approve these programs tonight. I'm sure they're great, but I have literally no clue who they're helping and what the goals of the programs are.
And Israel, it sounded like you said someone was scheduled to give a presentation on those programs this evening, and that was not possible. I mean, I didn't even get as long as you guys had to look at these. I just got, stuff this afternoon. So I certainly share those concerns. In addition, I have a concern that these programs are for Saturdays and for after school, which for some of our students who may need these interventions may not be available after school, may not be available on Saturdays due to family obligations, due to work obligations. So, this is certainly something that I think I would like to see a presentation on as well before the full board votes on them.
Yeah, and I think, the date of implementation of these programs is February, right? So we could present this at another board meeting and give people more context for what we're doing with this program. Does that make sense?
I would make a motion to table 7 and 8.
I would second that.
I think you just did.
I did.
No, it's okay.
Who made the motion? I made the motion, Darcy seconded it.
And I think what the board is looking for is a little bit more clarity, a little bit more context, what type of students will be serviced by this program, what the goal really is. Thank you.
And I would just also recommend talking to teachers who have been here and talk about the Saturday program that we had for about 5 years before it was a budget loss a few years ago.
like I said, this was teacher initiated from the Middle States Action Planning Committee and came through the high school.
Okay.
So we have to, Linda, yeah?
Well, I have a motion and a second to table number 7 and 8, after which the board can either continue their conversation or vote on the other items.
All right, so is there any more discussion on items 7 and 8? Okay.
Okay, motion to table items 7 and 8. Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
All right, so before we move forward, is there any other discussion on items 2 through 6 or item 9?
Nope.
9 is on the agenda, the addendum.
I do have a question about number 9. Do the students pay for this, or it's just a service that the district offers?
They pay a minimal fee. We've offered this now. Yes, they pay a minimal fee for the test prep course. I think it's I don't know what it will be this year, but it's certainly significantly less than a commercial course would be. And we've had very good response, and in fact, in the past several years, we've had to open up a second section.
Do we know if kids have signed up already?
I don't know.
Does anybody know?
Has the course been advertised?
I know the previous class that they had was full.
Yeah, I know it's always been a very popular
Yes.
program, and it's always been, as Ann said, far less expensive than, private programs.
Even though it's after school?
Yes.
And I just want to say one thing that I've said prior when we've approved this program. I would love to have a program that's at night for students who participate in sports and after-school programs to participate in this program. So if we do open a second session, I would hope that it would be around 6 o'clock or later in the evening for everybody, for more people to participate in the program.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay, is there any other discussion on those items? Okay, Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Ms. Simarusti?
Abstain?
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Adam?
Yes. As my last duty as chair of the Finance Committee, I will give the report. Tonight, the Finance Committee met. We discussed a number of items, including the ROD grants. We are waiting for final eligibility cost approval letter from the DOE for the bottle window replacements. Excuse me. We'll be bringing a motion forward at the next board meeting and hopefully to approve the window replacements. The total project is projected to cost $1.2 million, with about $500,000 being paid by the state and $750,000 being paid by the district. We have not received any word on the level 2 projects, the technology infrastructure upgrades that we submitted for, and we await hearing on that, but we do not seem optimistic about it. As part of the need for technology upgrades, we are in negotiations for 400 new Chromebooks for students, and we are working on getting final pricing for the bid. High school auditorium project, we are waiting to receive more information. We're waiting to receive information from the previous architect who did the project to outline the timeline for the top of the auditorium. We are also in discussions about going out for RFP for our food services. Linda will be taking an online seminar on the RFP process, as well as running the RFP process through Sean Gustin from the NJ Healthier Schools program, the grant that we have accepted in our district. We are also, Linda's also going to be reaching out to some companies on new energy efficient programs in coordination to continue the direct install successes that the district has had. With that, I would like to move items 2 through 13 on the addendum.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I would like to specifically point to item 13 on the addendum. This continues my concern of major decisions of the board being put on addendum, not being put on an agenda where the public has the required 48 hours notice to consider it and then be able to come and comment to us before the board. This is the approval to contract with the school board attorney. So this is hiring a new attorney for the district. I think this is a decision that should be tabled and put on the next agenda so that there can be more discussion about this particular item.
Anybody else have any feelings about this?
I feel that we went through that interview process. The interview committee was made up of not just board members, and that that this would be the usual procedure for appointing a board attorney, and that there's no reason to extend the period of time for us to discuss this.
I have no objection. I have whatever the board would like moving forward.
I just think this continues a pattern that we've seen where the appointment of our superintendent was on an addendum, the appointment of our 2 assistant superintendents and our data analyst was on an addendum, the 10 RIFs were all on addendums. Now we're hiring a lawyer on an addendum. I feel like this is not a way to govern moving forward.
I agree. Is there any, I agree completely. I'll certainly make the motion. Can I make the motion? No? Darcy, you can make the motion. I can make a motion. I will make a motion to table item 13 till the following meeting. So
there's no actual motion. I'll actually agree to not move. Can I just agree not to move it?
You already moved it.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to make a motion to unmove it.
I'll second it.
I would also like to add that this is something that I have talked to our New Jersey School Boards Association rep regarding about the use of addendums, and her suggestion to me was that if there is going to be an addendum for a meeting and we're all going to be sitting here with a piece of paper in front of us that the public may not know that we have in front of us, that we all have it on a piece of green, orange, purple, blue, some kind of bright colored paper so that it alerts the people who are here at 11:30 at night that there is something that we're moving that they may not have in front of them. And I think that that would be good practice moving forward.
It's an interesting idea. We do distribute the addendum, don't we?
I think when the majority of the people came in at 7:30, they were looking to see if there was an addendum, and there was nothing available.
It was not available at the time when
it was not available when the majority of people were coming in.
Good to know.
And I think this happened at the last meeting as well with the transfer. So that's something else that was also recently on addendum, was these voluntary versus involuntary transfers. And so something that even people in the audience who were affected had no idea that it was happening until after it had been voted on.
Okay. We will definitely make sure that we get the addendums, if there is an addendum, which we're trying to have fewer addendums or addenda, but make them available early in the process so that people, when they do come in, can see that. Obviously, the intent of the board is not to do things in secrecy, but we will make sure that these things are made available to you as early as we possibly can. And with regard to the attachments, I know this was a discussion that had been uncovered by some of the community members about a case that was decided just December 24th in, I believe, Midland Park, New Jersey. And there was the case, for those of you who aren't aware of the background, was that someone petitioned the board to release its attachments, which were not confidential and not protected by any sort of confidentiality or privilege. And basic board practice, common board practice across the state is that the majority of districts don't release their attachments But certainly, the district court judge decided that the district should and was responsible for releasing its attachments with the proper 48 hours notice as is required by the Open Public Meetings Act. We had a discussion today about releasing the attachments prior to the meeting, and they were released, and moving forward we will abide by that 48-hour time notice so that the public is fully aware of the items that will be moved and discussed as best as we can make them available to you.
And I want to commend the board and the superintendent for making that decision. I think that's a fantastic decision. And just so people who are still here know, the reason that I'm abstaining on the majority of the votes is because I didn't get any of those attachments until pretty much they were posted on the web, and I just didn't have the opportunity in such a short period of time to review everything today. So the only conscientious thing I can do really is to abstain because I haven't had a chance to properly review them.
Yeah, thank you. So is there any other comment, any other discussion on? Let's see. We have to vote. We have to vote to table. We have to vote to table 13 first, right?
13.
By roll call.
Yes.
I have a question.
Oh yeah.
Wait till after we vote on the table.
Is it related to 13? No. Okay.
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
I'm sorry, can you just explain what we're voting on?
Motion to table item 13 under the Finance Committee agenda, portion of the agenda? Item 13 is on the addendum?
Right.
Okay.
No, I vote no.
Ms. Bull? No. Ms. Sumarusti?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Okay, so is there any discussion on the other items? So is it 2 through 12, Adam?
Yes. Okay. Yes, it was.
So Greg, you had a question?
Yes.
I have a question. The Chromebooks that you were talking about, could you, maybe the question is more directed towards the superintendent or the assistant superintendent. What are we doing with the 400 Chromebooks that are, we haven't purchased yet, but we're talking about purchasing. What are these going to be used for?
They're going to be used in classrooms for centers within elementary schools, and for we have teachers right now that don't have access to any technology at all within their classrooms. So it's to be utilized within the classrooms.
So these are, sorry. So these are primarily or strictly instructional tools, or are these also targeted? As teacher stations? I'm just trying to understand what they're used for.
We're looking at, again, just trying to get them in. There are some that would be designated to, again, where we have teachers with no technology right now. But it's not, the way that the Chromebooks are set up, number one, they're PARC compliant. And number two is that they're flexible, that anybody that can log in with their ID, whether it's student or teacher.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand the flexibility. I'm just making sure. So the idea is that these are supposed to come in and aid instruction as well as fill a void for
teachers without
technology. Okay. And there's no motion tonight on this. This is just stuff that's being looked at.
We haven't.
Yeah, I just want to I'm asking a question about something that's not no motion has been made.
We're still in the negotiating process with the vendors.
Okay.
I would like to see, though, a technology plan. Yeah. So if there is one, I would like to see that.
The district presently has a technology plan that was approved probably, I don't even want to, when Karen Lewis was still the assistant superintendent.
Are we actively working off of that plan, or are we?
That's a question for the administration.
Right now, we've been looking at, you have that plan, but we're also looking at what the infrastructure needs are, and so that's where these numbers are coming from. Those are the things that are being discussed and looked at.
Wouldn't the plan that's already in place have done that, looked at the infrastructure needs?
It was a horrible plan.
then we should put forward the plan, what the problems are with the plan, and how we want to improve the plan, I would think, rather than scrap work that was already done.
The plan that was created was a requirement of the state that was not up to any part of really examining what technology is needed or what was it used for. Or it was a very short.
Can we review the plan for the next meeting? Is that what we're hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can do better than that, right? I mean, there's certainly a long-term vision of what's happening with regard to technology, and I think that the board and certainly the public should have some information about that with regard to what's happening in the one-year plan, you know, this current school year, what's going to happen in 3 years. Probably not beyond 3 years, because then we'll have different technology of some sort. But certainly, I mean, you know, I think that would be helpful in terms of the framing of, you know, how we'll be using technology, what types of purchases we'll be using with regard to technology, and just give everybody a better sense of sort of where we are at this with this particular facet of the budget.
I do want to say, I don't think I'd feel comfortable voting on any amount of technology till I could see what the plan
You're not
is.
voting
There's
on it.
nothing on,
You're not
we're
voting
not
on
being
any
voted
tonight.
now.
I understand. What I'm saying is, in
Okay.
the future, when it comes up, I'd like to see a plan before I vote on anything to do with technology.
All right, is there any other discussion on the remaining items? Linda?
Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Abstain?
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
Greg? Could we have a personnel committee report, please?
Yes, the Personnel Committee did meet. We're a member short as our chair finished her term at the end of last year, so congratulations to Chandra for a successful term, and wish her all the best. So in any case, we did meet. We talked about the appointment of substitute teachers, the appointment of a family community coordinator position, some maternity and leave of absence issues, as well as the changes in hours of some of our paraprofessionals. So with that, I would like to move items. Oh, you're right. Linda?
Yeah?
I think you took the document back. I have a correction.
I'm sorry. I was hoping you would read it on yours.
I can't write on the Chromebook. Before I move the items, I'd like to make a correction to item number 5. The column that says school currently says Bartle School. It should say middle school. Is that good enough?
That's fantastic.
All right. I'd like to move items number 5 on the agenda and 6 and 7 on the addendum. I apologize. 6, 7, and 8.
And 2, 3,
On the-
and 4.
What did I say?
You said 5.
5.
He meant to.
I apologize. It's getting late. I would like to move items 2 through 5 on the agenda and items 6, 7, and 8 on the addendum.
Second.
6 and 8.
Is there any discussion?
No discussion?
No discussion. Linda?
Ms. Aversa? Ms. Aversa?
Yes, but abstain from 3. I'm sorry. I was confused.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull?
Yes.
Ms. Simorowski?
Abstain?
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes, but no to item 3.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Sherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
So, policy committee.
That's me.
Anne, you think?
And yeah, you are. No. Yeah. Go. Do it. Do it.
Anne, did the policy committee meet tonight?
The policy committee did not meet tonight.
Okay.
And with that, I would like to move item 2.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
She needs her thing back.
Well, you do it. So is it my understanding that the only change is that one small policy change in on the bullying policy? Or are there?
This is not the bullying policy.
No, I know, no. It
cross-reference?
references the reference of it, because that's the only one that I could find that was strict. There was any strikes next to.
No, there was more. We incorporated.
And if you could use your...
We incorporated the correction. We incorporated the suggestions that the building administration made for the policy.
So I don't know what those are, and I would like to know what the changes are from the original policy to the new policy. And it's policy that we strike. We normally strike in bold the changes. And I looked, but I didn't necessarily see what the changes were, and I'm a little confused.
Israel, did you make the changes on the policy when it was brought forth for first reading?
Right. Well, the policy. Yes, the changes were made. The policy was reviewed. I checked the original policy and all the recommendations, and I compared it to the new one, and the changes were made.
So you want to see
I can't.
I wrote the policy and the board approved the policy, and I do not see. I want to know what the changes from the original policy to the new policy are.
There's a pretty easy solution, which would be just to run a quick comparison of the old policy. There's a very easy solution, which would just be to run a quick dot comparison from the old policy to the new policy. So I think we're probably not ready to move forward with this until those changes are visible. If anyone wants to send the old to me, I can certainly do that in a second.
There should be a clear.
What I'll give you is a red line version.
Yeah, no, I know what yeah. But there's a way that we do this in the district, and it. Yeah.
Going forward, everything should be with track changes on.
Yeah.
There should be a strike through for anything that's struck through. It should be either bold or double underlined for anything that's new, and that's what should come on here, so we can see what our changes were, so we can discuss the changes that have been made. What I can create using those two documents is exactly that. The magic of technology.
You're amazing.
We should table this then.
Yeah, and I do have one other comment on it. There is a part that I wrote in originally in terms of students must get individualized student IDs to log into our system. That was never implemented under the previous administration, and it's something that's really important to me. For us to be able to understand who is on our internet and when they're on our internet and what they are doing on our internet as well. That's in this policy. It was supposed to be done under the previous administration, and I would hope that this new administration would create these individualized student identifications and the logins that are necessary.
To log into the wireless,
To log into to log into any computer in the district, and then with that could also, this is down the road, do the printing and the scanning and all the cloud services that are needed.
Do we have the capacity to do that?
Yeah, and I think you need to log into the internet, because you can't give them passwords to log into their own computers. So I think you mean to connect to the internet. You want them to have unique identifiers so that they can.
You can actually, the way that it used to be done when I was in high school was to get into any computer, we would have an ID and a password.
Well, those are school-owned computers,
School-owned
right?
computers.
So
Right.
the school can't assign the kids a password to their own computers.
I conflated two things.
What would be interesting to know is if the school can assign a unique username to log in to the wireless.
And they can. They can. We have the, I believe,
Can we get like a little written report in our next packet from Brian that tells us what we can and cannot do?
Or what we need to buy. So last time I had the
It would
conversation
be
with him.
really good, I believe you, Adam, but it would be good to have his input
Yep.
in writing.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is on page 3.
It's what?
It's on page 3.
Under secure access to the internet?
Second paragraph. Each student will be granted an individual account to access the district's wireless network. Each student is responsible for maintaining the confidentiality of his or her individual access account and shall take all reasonable precautions to prevent unauthorized access. I think that's an important thing that we eventually get implemented.
So is there a change you want to see regarding
I
this?
will, no, there's not a change.
You want
That's in there.
implementation of that
I
part
want
of the
implementation of that.
So if we could have information about what that would take, whether that's feasible.
And please remember, if, as long as kids have 4G or anything like that, it's not going to apply. It's only going to apply for our controlled wireless system.
But
Okay, so we are going to
Table, I think.
table, so someone needs to make a motion to table.
I move that we table number 2.
Second.
Okay, do we have any more discussion about that? Should we save changes, substantive changes then, with regard to things that people want to add until the next meeting when we have a track changed version of the policy?
Can I?
Okay, Greg?
I have a couple of questions or thoughts. How close do you have to get to these microphones for them to pick you up?
These are $10 microphones.
Hello, everybody. One of the things we talked about last year when we were developing this policy was the use of gosh, I'm not articulating myself well, I apologize. We specifically carved out everyone but, or rather I should say we specifically carved out the high school, and we said this policy is for the high school, and we specifically prohibited the use of personal technology in K through 8. I mean, it's right here in the policy. Students in grades PK through 8 may not use their privately owned technology during the school day under any circumstances except when such use is permitted. And we all agreed to that because we said we need to take baby steps and let's hit the high school first, but there was some perceived need at the board level for, at the very least, talking about e-book, these e-readers, Kindles, and the like for students in the lower grade levels. So I guess that was a year ago. I was thinking we should be opening that conversation up again. I mean, we don't have to have the long conversation tonight, especially since we're tabling the policy, but before we push the thing through for a second reading, I'd like to have that conversation.
Right, so when you mark up your policy, you should, and we can...
Right, so everyone should review the policy again, and if you could get us the version with track changes,
I can. I just need to get my hands on the original, which I'm sure I can
which
get,
should
and
be
I
on
have a Word
the be on the website, right? The original version.
I can even convert it from PDF. I'm that good.
And so then, once we have the track changed version, then we can all review the policy with regard to changes, additions, or subtractions, deletions, and then discuss it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Can we get that before the next meeting to have that substantive conversation?
Do you think that you could have a conversation with the other building principals and see what their perspective is on expanding it to Middle and Bartle, and I'm not sure.
And the use of e-book readers as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion? All right, so we're roll call for tabling
Motion
the
to
policy.
table. Okay, this is the motion to table policy. Ms. Aversa?
Yes.
Ms. Berkowitz?
Yes.
Ms. Bull? Yes. Ms. Simorowski?
Yes.
Mr. Dietz?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Scherber?
Yes.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
So now we also have a motion open to pass the policy, right? Because there's only one item, so it's superseded by...
Yeah, superseded by the motion to table.
Okay, just making sure.
Nothing left.
Right.
Move.
For the president's report, we have the appointments for the 2013-14 board year. And so some of these I will be appointing folks to, and some of them we have openings for. So if there's something that you're interested in, yes.
I don't know if you were informed, there is an additional item to appoint. So we need to add item number 11.
Okay, and I actually have one for number 12 also.
Oh, well, maybe we're talking about the same thing.
No, we're not.
Okay.
So CPAC is 11.
CPAC is, okay, you're aware.
Borough Public Information Committee would be 12.
For everyone to look at, yeah.
What was it, the public?
The Borough Public Information Committee. Matt Hirsch is going to come up here in a few minutes and talk about the Communication Task Force, so he could probably speak to it better. But basically, there's a representative from each of the public departments, including Main Street, Highland Park, and the other departments in the borough. And the schools have not had a representative on the committee for some time. So for the Committee on Curriculum and Instruction, Jesse as the committee chair, and Claire and me. For the Finance Committee, Catherine as the chair, with Adam and Jerry. And for Personnel and Communications Committee, Ann as the chair, with Greg and Darcy. For number 4, we need someone to volunteer to be the Municipal Drug and Alcohol Alliance representative. Is there someone that can speak to what that is?
I've never.
I didn't know we had one.
Or who was it last year?
We didn't fill
I don't think we've ever had.
We didn't fill some of these last year. I don't know
If we don't know what it is, we probably don't want to fill it, would be my guess. Is that correct?
I can't answer the question, but I would imagine they may have something to do with the programs, like the every 15 seconds or something, you know, those where the
That's
Okay.
Municipal
someone should be
Alliance,
on
is
that.
that
I nominate Adam.
Yeah, municipal, it's municipal
Yeah.
drug and alcohol.
I think it should be
Alliance.
the
called
youngest
Municipal
board member.
Alliance. It's,
Are you saying
I guess
something about my lifestyle?
a joint effort with the municipality.
Okay.
And the school district. I have.
Okay.
I know they give money to graduation.
Yeah. Okay, so is there a volunteer to serve as the liaison to that if it meets, if it's needed?
I will serve.
Okay, thank you.
Were you about to?
Adam?
No, we don't. No, I will do it. I haven't done it before, and that's one of the few I haven't done before.
For number 5, we need a liaison to the Cable TV Advisory Committee.
I'd actually be willing to do that.
Yeah, okay, Darcy, excited about the Cable TV Advisory Committee. Thank you. As the ex officio member of the Ed Foundation, Anne, would you still be willing to do that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. As the liaison to the Commission for Universal Access.
So just for information purposes, I think that what we have come to with that particular position is that because we had somebody going to all those meetings, and it turns out that the interaction between that committee and CPAC is quite good, and so there really isn't, if they find that they have an issue for us that they really can't resolve, that they can reach out to us through the CPAC rep even, so it really makes more sense.
So maybe, I mean, we have, CPAC is going to be number 11. We have someone for that. So would you mind, Catherine, if we appoint you to the Universal Access? We need a representative for the Superintendent's representative to the Public Library.
Oh, I could do that.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jesse?
I do like
I'm not volunteering for anything else.
For number 9, the Shared Services Liaison, I'd also like to appoint Catherine to that position.
Not Linda?
Catherine's the winner of the night.
Well, Linda and a board member, it seems.
A board member should definitely be on it.
Yeah. And then as the Ad hoc Negotiations Committee, it will remain as Adam, Ann, and Greg.
Am I
the alternate too?
I'm sorry, yes, the alternate will be Jesse. Okay, if we could add then number 11 to this, would be the CPAC, the Special Education Parents Advisory Council, and that will be Catherine.
Yep. Are you good with everything? Do you want to?
Well, you don't actually have to, the universal act, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't,
okay.
yeah.
And then for number 12 will be the Borough Public Information Committee, and that will be me. Okay. In addition to the appointments, I also wanted to bring Matt Hirsch up to speak at the podium. Matt is the Communications Director. Did I just give you a title that you don't actually have? Matt serves with the borough as really the go-to person for communications for the borough, and he's really done a great job at implementing programs that the borough and the mayor's office have used and the borough council have used to communicate and discuss issues with the public. And so Matt, you can come up and you can frame the discussion for everyone. And
thank you, Mr. President. My name is Matthew Hirsch, 333 Felton Avenue. But these are formal proceedings, and excuse me if I call everyone by Mrs. or Mr. But I will say congratulations, Mrs. Sherver, Mrs. Versa, Mrs. Cimarosti on joining the school board, and Mr. Ross on your being board president. Yeah, so I chair the borough's Public Information Committee, which is a municipal committee composed of all volunteer residents. And I am also a volunteer. It was an initiative of mayor and council in 2009 to establish a volunteer communications and public relations infrastructure. We do have, I'll preface this, is that we do have some paid staff resources in the clerk's office. A few members of the clerk's office have been reassigned to carry out to execute, the policies that we come up with. For a few years, I've spoken to a lot of you about the need to include the district in this communications infrastructure. And in fact, part of the resolution that created our committee includes a seat for a school board liaison, which has been unfilled so far. But now it is filled. So congratulations and thank you. Part of it was as a resident was to provide not only municipal information, which is our goal, but at times there are instances where we do need to communicate with the entire community, and that includes using the resources available within the district, and at least having somebody at the table to understand what some folks on our committee are talking about. Most of us, I think, are parents. 3 of us are here, by the way, so I thank you for that. And let me just give a little bit of context. I know it's late, and I am certainly not fresh in speaking right now, so I'll keep it short. This effort we have this. So at the December 9th meeting, the Board of Ed created a communications task force, more or less in response to address the current situation that the board finds itself in. But it is also the result of a long-term effort to better engage the district in the borough's, for the district to establish communications infrastructure. And about a year and a half ago, it really came to a head. So after Hurricane Sandy, members of the Highland Park Board of Ed, the Borough Council, and the Borough's Public Information Committee convened to discuss how to handle comprehensive, non-siloed communications during a crisis. You all remember power was out all over town. Schools were closed seemingly indefinitely due to serious concerns about power lines. And the only way to provide reliable communications during that time was through social media, and for those of us who were able to find our way to charge our cell phones, and also, in many cases, physically getting out and posting media around town in key visible areas. From the moment Sandy hit until all the residents had their power restored, the mayor, Gary Minkoff, wrote daily letters to the community about his ongoing talks with PSE&G, county and state legislators, and with the Office of Emergency Management. That daily stream of information was essential because a lot of people had questions. This didn't provide all the answers, but what it did was just give people information. And it was comforting, particularly to a community in desperate need of those answers. Those answers weren't necessarily what anybody wanted to hear. Certainly me, I wanted my power back on, and I wanted to know what the heck was going on with, while I was sitting in, 35-degree house. But what people wanted to hear was that power was restored, the heat was back on, and life would once again resemble how it had been before the storm. But that's not to say that there weren't lessons learned from that experience. The borough's volunteer public information committee examined protocol in preparing for the crisis. The mayor and the Office of Emergency Management examined and refined procedure in anticipation of another Sandy. And the next time there's a crisis, the community will respond differently, the borough will respond differently, because it examined and refined the ways that it does business. Most of the time at the municipal level, a crisis involves public safety and public health, which involves all residents. What's happening now in the Highland Park Public Schools is different because there are matters of budget, personnel, and curriculum at play. But this is nevertheless a crisis, and it should be viewed as such. It's no secret that education policy is in flux, and that Highland Park residents are already on edge about those changes. Highland Park is somewhat rare in New Jersey, and I think, as we heard tonight, exemplifies that. While people move here or stay here for practical reasons like proximity to work, roads, and transit, people choose Highland Park over other towns in the area, particularly in Middlesex County, because of commonly held philosophies and beliefs. How many towns can you think of do people move to because of dearly held beliefs? I can't think of many. One of those core beliefs, obviously, is held by residents as a commitment to public education. And there's both a perception and reality that Highland Park is one of the few remaining culturally and economically diverse towns that provides a quality public education, where neighborhood schools represent key threads in the town's social fabric. Anything perceived as a threat to that belief is met with strong resistance, as exhibited by tonight and by recent meetings. Again, on December 9th, the Board of Ed recognized that part of the solution was recognizing that a better need to communicate its policy. The Board of Education and now Board President Dan Ross understood the board's role must include a strong communications infrastructure, not only to address these current concerns, but also to best educate residents on future policy and curriculum issues, as well as provide a consistent pipeline of information to constituents. Our task force was convened quickly. It's composed of myself, Mr. Ross, 4 representatives from the Highland Park PTO at every school level, and one district administrator, and Mr. Soto, who I hope can attend the next meeting, and one teacher who we haven't filled that seat yet. We covered a lot of ground at the first meeting, including things that addressed immediate concerns related to budget and timeline of decision making that led up to the November 4th vote that eliminated those 9 positions. But we also spent a lot of time looking forward, and I think that's a big part of this. And this is why I want to emphasize that this is a piece, not a solution. And I was a little disappointed to hear tonight some folks in the audience, downplaying the role of a solid communications effort. It's beyond tweeting and Facebooking, even though that would have helped the planning board in some cases. Hopefully, this effort, just like the borough did, a communications infrastructure will not only be employed during a crisis, but hopefully prevent what's going on today. And no one's under the impression that hard decisions will never be made amid tight budgets, but no one wants to be surprised by those hard decisions either. So coming out of that first meeting, we've only met once, we were able to separate our focus into 5 categories. That was review the Board of Education's policy on communications. And this includes reviewing existing policies, and you can find them on the website, policy 9100 related to public relations, 9120 related to public information, and 9140 related to public, envisions a public advisory committee. Also, examine how other districts operate with regard to communications. And finally, creating a mechanism, an atmosphere where the board can respond to questions from the public in real time. Even if the answer is, I don't know, I'll have to get back to you on that. Number two, address core budget questions. This includes providing a detailed, simple narrative to what led up to the rifts that provides context and timing for the board's decision. And 2B is providing clarity for future budgeting issues. Number three, improve overall communication. This includes providing regular updates to faculty and staff to ensure that administrative prerogatives are clear. B, have a social media presence, particularly as students and young people become more civically involved. And C, provide clarity in advance of meetings. What is the objective and what will be discussed so there are no surprises. And finally, in improving overall communications is employing multiple channels of communications by way of Nixle, Honeywell, et cetera. Number four was increase the administration's engagement with the community. This includes the superintendent writing a twice-monthly letter to the community, and I can report that this is actually happening from that first meeting. B, hosting a monthly breakfast with the superintendent, and I can happily report that that is happening too. In that engagement piece is also attendance by the superintendent as well as board members at school functions and PTO events. That's not to say that's not happening now, but it's just one of the commitments that we'd like to see on the task force. And as well as contributing content to the borough's Highland Park News. This is the this is the newsletter that goes out right now twice yearly, possibly 3 times yearly, and it's directly mailed to every residence in Highland Park. And the schools used to have a presence in this, and we'd love to see that restored. Finally, our fifth category was task force administration. This includes clarifying objectives and timeline, setting future meeting dates, and setting a deadline for when the task force will deliver a final report to the board. We want to make this as quick as possible. You know, I have the number 6 weeks in my head, but it would be good if we could get back quickly. You know, considering that the Board of Ed has shown a commitment to this, to get back quickly and deliver our recommendations so you can act on whatever you feel is fit. This is, you know, this is a communications task force. It's not a judgment task force. So again, this is the piece. You know, this is not. I don't think anyone on the Board of Ed anticipated this being the single shot solution to what's going on right now. But it is a piece of it. And it's not a policy task force outside of communications policy. And all of these, I would hope that, you know, our recommendations will be reviewed by the entire Board of Ed and signed off, hopefully unanimously. But you know, and our final report will be made available to the public. We do plan on having more meetings. We don't have another meeting scheduled right now, but it will be soon, and that meeting will be made available in the most public announcement possible. And that's it. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and thanks for your commitment to this.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
I do have a question
for me?
about the newspaper.
Yeah.
What's the deadline? Is there a deadline?
There is a deadline. So we're pretty tight on the deadline for the spring issue. That would be March, April. We have a designated part-time communications editor at the borough who is basically the clearinghouse for all the content. That section used to be composed of a letter from the superintendent and maybe a calendar. You know, I would love for it to be a lot more robust. So, if there is a way to fast track any content, that would be terrific.
We used to use that time for a budget letter, which we no longer have to do, but we still approve the budget around the same time. It would be great to restart that budget letter process of explaining to the community of what's in the budget, even though it's not going out for a vote.
And just to reiterate what Matt said, there are 2 items that were discussed that we've spoken with Mr. Capone about, that I've spoken with Mr. Capone about, that will be moving forward starting immediately. Those 2 items will be a bi-weekly letter that's written from the superintendent to update folks about what's going on in the district, what kinds of things are being done, what sort of engagement the assistant superintendents are having with regard to curriculum, textbook choices, technology, and other kinds of things. So that will start very soon. It will start this month. And the second piece of it is that Mr. Capone has agreed to have a monthly breakfast with the superintendent, or we'll call it something else as it comes, which will be much more of a public forum, sort of open dialogue where people can come and bring some concerns without sort of the formality of a board meeting, which sitting on this side and sitting on the other side is extraordinarily frustrating. And so I think we'll provide a much better context for some of the decision-making processes and then other questions that people might be interested in asking. And so those two things will be, notice will be put out about both of those things, very soon. Does anybody have any other questions for Matt?
I'm not sure what the deadline was, if you wanted content.
I'm sorry, Ms. Berkowitz.
We can get that.
Yeah, it will be in the next few weeks, ideally, but I understand that, budgets and revenues, those numbers might not be final. So, if we have a commitment, we can have a placeholder and save a space.
Okay.
What's the next issue that you put out?
That's March, April.
March, April,
yeah, it's
okay.
going to be the end of, it really depends, but it'll be towards the end of March.
Okay.
I just wanted to add one quick thing. Dan, you mentioned the idea of this kind of bi-weekly something that went out, kind of sounds along the lines of what we had toyed with last year, a newslettery kind of thing. And this is something that I've actually brought up with Matt directly, something that I've seen come out of the East Brunswick district that sounds like it's something very simple, that would be something very easy to produce, and I think also could help further structure our board meetings. They basically just take, the superintendent's report, a couple of things from that, a couple of things from the student report, a couple of something from curriculum, something from each of the committees, and that's just kind of packaged up and sent out directly after the board meeting. So it's just a very concise way. So it also, then the students, might have a couple of slides that go along in the meeting. The superintendent would have a couple of slides. You would have a couple of slides along with a statement. So it kind of helps nicely flesh out the meeting, and then it's something that's then just kind of prepackaged to go right after the meeting. So I think it would be something that I'd be happy to share with everybody how they do it. They actually then put it on their website, so it's very accessible. It goes out to parents via email, but then it's also posted on the website, and it's very concise and clear and highly informative. It's really just a synopsis of the board meeting.
Okay. I think that sounds like a great idea. Anybody else have questions for Matt? Yes.
And one thing,
sure.
And I'm sorry. One of the biggest challenges that we had at the borough was establishing what kind of capacity we had to do any of this. So that's really a big first step. And you're not even it was major. And the borough did invest in that. They hired a part-time communications editor. They reassigned somebody in the clerk's office to actually, compile the information and actually execute. So that's really important, and I'm not saying that the district should do it the same way, but that's really the first step that you should take in establishing any kind of communications policy. Just making sure that you have it in-house, because you can find the most. I mean, we have a real working group of volunteers on our committee who do a lot of the work and who really get out there in the community. But it's not, anything can happen. They might go away for a week. They might kind of drop out for a little bit because they're just tired. So it's just really important to be able to have to institutionalize it in the office level.
Thank you, Matt.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Who did that?
We just seem to be losing lights.
I want to just add one comment about communication, because this is something that is very, often spoken about. The board has not communicated. Communication is not seen as a panacea by the board members. Communication is part of a process of sound decision making, and the board's role is really primarily to make sure that the administration is getting good guidance, that the board plays its role in overseeing the decisions that are made, and that decisions that are made by the administration have the proper context for the public before they are made. So the communication is, as was said in public comment, it's a medium, but it really does serve the larger purpose. And I hope that people understand that and give us a chance to, to make sure that this process can work well, moving forward.
Dan, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, just to tag on to that, I think the breakfast is actually a nice idea. I think it's a nice idea to get people to know Mr. Capone and the rest of the administration and what we're doing. I'm just in a less, more friendly atmosphere, less hostile, less insulting environment, maybe a little bit more can be accomplished.
I still do, though, want to answer questions at the board table. I feel like we can. I've said it before. It was no secret that was something, I've made it clear to every board member that that's what I want. And I hope that we can do a better job of doing that as well, because we can answer questions here. We should answer questions here.
Is there any old business?
I have a few things. I have a list that could bring us to 2 a.m., but I'm only going to go over a few really important things. I have a serious concern that was brought up in public comment today by Mr. Marsh. The situation that he described was something that we discussed in closed session, and I distinctly remember telling you, Tim, and a number of other board members telling you, Tim, that any special education changes should be discussed with the parent, a meeting with you, a letter, and should be used in terms of with excess caution. And it seems like in this scenario, if what was presented to us in public comment is true, it did not happen. And we did discuss these changes. And I'm curious to know why the excess caution and the conversation with the parents did not happen in this situation.
We discussed that personnel change in executive session, and you were provided details as to why that change took place.
And I told you, and I know a number of other board members told you, that when making those changes, before they were made, they should be discussed with the parents.
I think the key is that when decisions like this are made, right, whether it's special education or it's anything, any affected parties should be notified. And I think that's an important thing to take note of with a particular situation. And by the way, we did get the emails. I know that it's in the email. I know. But I think, the Director of Special Services is someone who needs to be involved in this conversation, and really proper steps need to be taken so that a decision like this doesn't affect, the learning environment for a student. If a student, according to an IEP, has a one-to-one aid, then that's something that needs to remain in place or needs to be dealt with prior to a decision being made. And if there are other contexts that can be fleshed out, then I think, conversations with the parents through the Director of Special Services is something that we can, I think, work to make sure occurs.
But we know these parents. We know many of them. They're kids. We all know that the kids have needs that need to be met, and that everybody really cares about every single child. And I completely empathized with him when it said that that how can we expect his age child to feel why is his age child responsible for the changes that are happening? I think if the conversation could have happened with the parents, if the parents could have had the conversation with the child and you as well, however they wanted to do it, it would have been a much smoother transition, if a transition was going to happen at all. So for the future, I would hope that you listen to me and listen to other board members in terms of discussing any special education changes, not only with their IEP representatives, but you as the leader. We're a small enough district where that is able to happen.
And I want to just interject also. In public comment, a comment that has been made more than on one occasion was made by Tara Canavera regarding special education. As someone who has been intimately involved with special education in the district and in terms of advocacy for students, her perspective is that the district administration has been very open with parents, has been very supportive of parents and their needs, and her perspective as the person who is one of the two people who is on the front lines of these decisions has been extraordinarily positive with regard to special education. I think that's important to take note of, because there's a lot of commentary about sort of every issue that faces the district, that pops up, and we heard sort of firsthand from someone who's not on this side of the table that this is actually an area where extreme caution has been paid, where there really has been due respect given to parents. And I think moving forward, I think it really does speak volumes for the capacity of the district administration to work with parents when these kinds of things come up. And so I want to thank you for your public comment with that regard, and certainly I hope that positive relationship can continue.
I have 12 items on my list. I'm only going to do 2 more. Irving School Principal. What is our plan for hiring? When do we plan on discussing it? And do we have anything in the works right now?
It's going to be posted this week.
The other thing is the training for the SAC that was brought up. What are we doing in terms of training new personnel who are taking over the roles, and has there been a transition in terms of the services, and do the students know who they can go to for those services? If you don't know, that's fine. You can get that answer to me, but. You want to get that answer to me later. That's
no,
fine.
I think you're confused right now as far as where these things are supposed to be discussed. Because when you're talking about personnel issues, whether it was the first one or this one here, they need to be discussed in executive session. That's where personnel is discussed.
I have not said one thing about personnel.
You're talking about the transfer of a staff member.
I'm talking about training of staff. I'm talking about training of
First piece is
staff.
about the transfer of a staff member, and here you're talking about.
That is not what I was talking about. I was talking about a child. I was talking about a parent and a child. I was not talking about personnel. I had no comments on personnel. I was talking about a parent and a child.
I think the important thing to note here is that there are questions, public questions with regard to student needs. Let's just take the question as that if students are faced with these sorts of issues, do they know, has there been information that's been distributed with regard to, where those students can go? I think that's the question. That's the question that is being asked, and we can get that information at the next board meeting, certainly, and make that available.
I just need to make sure that the students know who to contact when they have issues. That is all I'm wondering, and I'm making sure that there is a qualified person for them to talk to.
Thank you, Adam.
That's the question on the floor. And lastly, I just want to say that Jerry, I know you got attacked earlier. You're an amazing human being. And I know nothing has happened untoward, and you use your boardmanship out of the best of your ability, and a mother for all the children in the district.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it.
No, I don't get a pass on this.
Yes, it does. Everybody as well. Dan, you too.
Is there any other old business?
Yes, I want to just talk about the TIFA program. We passed the statement of passed the resolution last time. The resolution was taken down to Chairman Malone.
It's like so hot.
But I also thought we should send out an email that includes the petition link, so that just through papers, so that people can get to the petition and sign it. And all of that maybe we can make available also on the website, on the front page with a little tab. It's the TIFA opposition.
Can you maybe speak to some sort of advocacy steps that could be taken with regard to notifying the public about things through a more, public forum as opposed to emails or that kind of thing?
I don't think there's been any discussion at this point about a public forum regarding Hatikva. We're on a pretty crunched deadline. The decision's going to be made by February 28th. The step that I would very much like us to take at this point, and something that I have discussed in the past with both Tim and with Catherine, is the idea of a joint superintendent's letter. I think we were very successful with that in our opposition to Tikkun Olam, and here we have an opportunity to reach out to far more superintendents I have spoken with the assistant superintendent in East Brunswick, Dr. Evelyn Ogden, and I know that she's reached out to many of the affected superintendents in other districts. I will follow up with her, see what her outreach has been so far, what the response has been, but that is something that I would very much like to coordinate between now and February, because I think that does have a tremendous impact on the commissioner to get a joint letter signed by multiple superintendents saying that they are all in agreement on the impact that the expansion would have on the district. The expansion really is significant, and I don't think it can or should be minimized. What they're asking for over the next 5 years is essential. My tongue's not moving at midnight. Essentially to double, and that wouldn't be the end of the expansion. That only gets them 75 students in grades, I believe, K through 5, and then the next expansion would ask for 75 more students in then grades 6 through 8, and then the likely outcome at that point would be for them to ask for an expansion into a high school. So basically, we would have the K through 12 package. I think there's every reason to believe that if we petition the commissioner in appropriate and respectful ways, that he would significantly consider opposition from, what is now, I believe, 21, 22 districts, potentially 36 to 38 or something. My memory's not serving me right now, that could potentially be affected that are on the waiting list. So, I think we just have to be very consistent and careful with our outreach efforts and direct, firm, and respectful.
Okay, great.
On our website, I don't think we have any really devoted page to teen center. And I think that all this talk of SAC and counseling in the high school and middle school has raised issues for people who don't know what the teen center is and don't know what the resources are. And I think it's important for the community to be able to look at something. I know they have a brochure, but if you go to the website, there's no way to finish it.
Yeah, great, thank you. Does anybody else have old business?
One quick thing, and it was on the original agenda, the science tutors. I want to know why I guess that was taken off and what the status of those were. Tim or Israel, please. The science tutors that we approved to look at, I don't know.
So it was up for discussion still on, and the details of it were Wednesday and...
He is.
Please.
He is.
It was for Wednesday and Friday, potentially.
Okay. And do we have someone, I know we posted for it, did we have somebody apply for it?
We did.
Okay. And are we going to approve it at the next meeting?
Well, it's up for discussion as far as, wanting to take action on it.
I would like to take action on it.
Just because someone's applied doesn't mean they're hireable.
Well, then that's, okay, so then is the discussion, where is the discussion happening? Is it happening in the curriculum, is the personnel committee?
Well, we posted it, but there has to be a decision here to move forward with it.
At the board table?
At the board table.
Agenda item, next meeting, board table.
Yeah. You, Dan?
I don't know anything about it. I wasn't at the meeting when this was discussed.
You set the agenda, so for the next board meeting, I think it'd be great for you to discuss with Tim and see where we are with the process, and if appropriate, put it on the agenda for movement.
Okay. Is there any other old business? Is there any new business? No new business?
Yep,
yes?
sorry.
Oh, okay.
Discussed in the Finance Committee, which I forgot to talk about, was the budget calendar. I'm going to be very quickly. It's going to happen it is going to happen very quickly. Catherine and Linda will go into it on greater detail at the next meeting. It's going to happen the governor's address is going to be February 26th. Within 2 days after that, we'll get our state aid numbers. Within 3 days after that, the preliminary budget has to be adopted by the Board of Education. Right. It fluctuates, but that's what happened last year. It's going to happen very, very quickly. The next few meetings are going to be mostly dedicated to budget and planning for the budget, and I just want everybody to be prepared for that, and we'll go into that in greater detail at the next meetings.
And I do have to say that with regard to budgeting, the idea of a budget task force is certainly, I think, a sound one, and one that we can certainly consider, so that we can make sure that we're getting input from all sorts of people in a sort of organized and structured way. So.
And if I could add to that, this is something that I discussed with you, the idea of, and I've had a few people mention this to me, I would love for us to discuss the idea of making both our curriculum and finance committees more open to the public, having the meetings at different times other than Monday right before the meeting, which makes for, you know, a long evening, not only for board members, but if anybody else wanted to come. I would like to have us have those open more to the public. I was actually kind of surprised when I found out that other districts, those meetings are open.
Some of them.
Yeah, some. Well, I'm just other. I'm not saying all other, but in other districts, those meetings are open, and, you know, citizens with particular expertise in those areas, you know.
And I agree with that, but I would just ask you to please be respectful of the fact that we do spend a lot of time around this table, and we all have jobs and children as well, so.
Sure, of course.
I just want us to be respectful of the fact that we all have jobs and children, and we spend a lot of time around this table, so when we're scheduling additional meetings, we are mindful of that.
Linda, are our meetings open to the public? Our committee meetings?
If any member of the public wishes to attend a meeting, all they have to do is ask, unless there's a matter of confidential nature that they need to be excluded from. The public, committee meetings, you know, I don't believe that they're closed.
I thought, not the personnel, right? I thought the law changed
Well,
about
that's
2 years ago.
because matters of confidential nature are discussed.
So maybe it's a question of making it.
Each individual meeting would need to be determined.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
someone-
as involved as I am, I never knew that they were open. You know, so, I mean, I think that would be great information to put out to people that they are, you know,
The
if we
public is
can't-
not invited, they are permitted. That's the difference. I mean, if they wish to come, they are permitted to come. But it's not a time for public comment.
Oh, no,
This is the meeting for public comment.
You have to say when the meeting is, though. Apologies.
We'll have a chance for public comment in a
It's
second.
actually on the agenda, right? Is it not?
No, we get the board links. But I think I mean, the idea could be that if we, I mean, if this is something that the board is interested in pursuing, we put out the time and location for the meeting and see if anybody's actually interested in showing up.
I actually don't think we have a choice in this. I think that the law changed about 2 years ago in terms of.
Well, let's figure this out. I mean, in Piscataway, there are members of the public on the curriculum committee. They serve as sort of ad hoc members, or
I mean, I had this
whatever the
suggestion
term is,
given
ex
to me by,
officio.
I'm sorry, Dan,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to talk over you, but I had this suggestion given to me by an assistant superintendent in another district who lives here, who would be interested in participating. So I think when we have that kind of interest
So it's
and
not
expertise.
Okay.
Right,
But
yeah.
it can be participation, or it can
Or,
just
yeah,
be-
if maybe participation is not the right word, you know, attending, you know, how.
Yeah, let's look into it, and then let's talk about it next board meeting. I think, you know, under old business, I think it's a good thing to discuss, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had several comments saying, you know, we're out here, we want to help, we want to work with you, and this would be a way to encourage exactly that.
Okay. Does anybody have any other new business?
I do have one more item that kind of goes along with that, that same idea that I brought up last time, and we kind of, I think, didn't really go anywhere with it, but I would really like to see us kind of flesh out the board member section of our website. I know there was some objection to this last time. I would like to see pictures of all of us up there. I would like to see our individual email accounts. I would like to see the committees that people serve on. I would like for the public to be able to come to the website, be able to identify us, and if they have a particular finance question, maybe they only email the finance committee members, just to kind of make us more accessible, let the people know a little bit more what we do and what committees we're on, and just be a little bit more out there.
Agreed. I think Linda still has a few of our bios ready to go.
I have them.
Yeah.
All you need to do is, the rest you need to give them to me. They're sitting there in my email inbox.
Okay, so we can certainly explore that. Is there any other new business?
I'd love to look into what's going on with the heating and lights at Bartle School.
You know, the system's it's a new system, so.
It's really cold outside.
Very cold before, and
They, as a result of what happened at the last meeting, they tried to overcompensate. And I think based upon the changes in the attendance in the meeting, the system might be a little unbalanced right now, because it was trying to compensate for
It's a
more
little
people.
toasty. The Highland Park Board of Education welcomes public participation and reserve this time for your comments. This is the second of 2 public comment periods. If you have a public comment, please feel free to come up to the microphone, state your name and your address, and please sign in when you do so.
My name is Melissa Newman, and I was just wondering, for this new curriculum that you guys are choosing, are you planning to do an open house where parents can just look at the books and see what's going to be available for our students next year? And the second comment I had was, in this computer agreement about bringing your own computers, I don't see anything in there about discipline and stuff. Like, for example, I heard rumors that kids were watching YouTube videos during detention. So
It should be on the last page.
Oh.
And I think it cross-references one of the discipline policies. And with regard to the curriculum open house, I think that's definitely something that we will bring back to Michelle Callis. And, when this process is sort of wrapped up, I think that's a great idea.
And
Or,
just
in the process.
At one point of clarification, we're not choosing it, the teachers are choosing it.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I understand that. It's just that the parents haven't seen anything about what you guys are talking about. So I'm
Sure.
just kind of curious what my kids are going to be using next year.
Yeah, great, thank you.
And the third thing is that the breakfast with the superintendent, I think that's a fantastic idea, but doesn't that kind of eliminate all of the parents that work? So maybe some of them should be breakfast and some of them should be dinner.
Yeah.
And and that's it.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Tara Canavera again. Do I sign in again? Okay. My question is for you, Mr. Capone. Earlier it was brought up about printing at school. Now, in the past, my daughter, when she was in district, could have something on her flash drive and bring it to the media center and have them printed. Is that still allowed?
I actually am not aware that there's limitations.
Oh, okay.
So
Somebody had mentioned something about printing not being allowed.
It's in the bring your own technology policy, and I think that that was written with the last administration, and I don't know if that piece of the policy was upheld or not. We would have to look into it.
Okay.
But is it printing from their own devices? Or it's not printing altogether, I don't think.
It's no printing.
Right, so she would bring a flash drive to the media center and print it from our devices, and I think that's permissible. I don't think there's any limit on that.
We should find out.
Yeah, because I know my child has done the same thing.
Yeah. And my other comment is, welcome, Ms. Bull, to the CPAC. And I can assure you the communications between CPAC and Commission for Universal Access is very good because I'm on both.
Excellent.
So,
glad to hear
thank
it.
you.
Yeah, thank you, Tara.
Now Catherine is too.
Beth Stuckey, Grant Avenue. I have 3 questions. I don't know if anybody's going to answer them, but I'm going to ask them anyway. One is, I see that Cheryl Magaziner was moved from 7 hours to 7.5 hours. I also know that her position was changed from assisting Janie Mazer in the nurse's office at the high school to Bartle School administrative. So my question is, was she increased to half an hour because the clerical need is, there is an obvious need for clerical help, and it was even more than she needed before, demonstrating the fact that clerical help was necessary to begin with. So my question is, why the extra half hour? Why did you approve the extra half hour? Anybody can answer? I'll just assume that I'm right.
It's a personnel decision, so.
Well, it's a personnel decision to increase it a half an hour. It's a job description issue, I think. And if it's a job description issue, I don't know that that's the same thing. Anyway, I'm going to answer my own question. You needed the administrative help. Two, you said that the teachers had a lot of say in what books and materials were ordered. So did they have carte blanche to just look at anything they want, or was it narrowed down for them, and then they had a choice, and if so, who chose those, who made those initial choices for them?
We gave them a number of different examples, everything from guided reading to the texts to a program called Wonders in Reading Street. And so these were all different examples, and what they're doing is they're sorting through to say, what does the classroom look like, what are the materials that are necessary, and then identifying what we currently have and what are the resources that are required in order to implement that.
So who narrowed it down to Wonders, and what, I know all about Wonders because I'm working with it now.
Well, there was no narrowing it down. We had some resources available that we brought them, and if there were other things that they wanted to consider, which they did, they had other things they put on the table as
So
well.
you brought them to that. I guess my question is, who brought it to them? Who brought those resources to them?
The district brought
The district.
resources to the teachers.
So was it you?
The teachers also had resources, had things they wanted to be considered.
Do we have a curriculum person? Is that, I guess I'm really not understanding the answer. I know that there's usually, if we have an assistant superintendent of curriculum, was it that person's job to bring those resources to the teachers? Who actually, because there's a million resources out there, so I'm not quite sure which resources got to the teachers' attention. I don't know, am I not being clear?
I would assume it's a collaborative effort between all
Between
the
who?
administrators.
My understanding of the meeting, the curriculum meeting, and the superintendent of curriculum was actually at the curriculum meeting. I think it's her, second day? Was that it was a collaborative effort of the district bringing resources, the teachers coming up with ideas, and it being a collaborative effort. And I'm sure, if there are other ideas, you're welcome to email the board with other
No, I
ideas.
was just wondering if they just got to go online and start looking for anything.
They did.
They did? Okay. That's what I want to know.
What Tim is saying is they had a chance to go and find whatever they wanted, included with what the administration brought to them as well.
Okay, and so, I'm not sure if I heard this right during your meeting, so are you saying, did I hear it, you say that by 2014-15, you're hoping that it will be up and running the way it's supposed to, or is that going to be a training year for the teachers and yours, because you're still sort of selecting or have selected but haven't had training for it, especially if they're doing Wonders?
For the current year, we're looking at getting these resources into their hands so that they are Common Core aligned and so that they have better materials than what they've already had. From a pilot standpoint, you're looking at taking these materials and over the course of this time, being able to test out those materials, and so that when you go to a full implementation, that you're able to identify these are the strengths and weaknesses, and this is how we're going to use the materials moving forward. Because it has to go into, from a curriculum standpoint, aligning what those assessments are, allowing the teachers time to work collaboratively on that, and then being able to back plan for the rest of the skills.
Okay, I'm a special education consultant, and I've worked in about 30 districts, minimum, maybe 40, since 1981 when I moved to New Jersey. I've seen a lot of curriculums come and go, obviously, everybody has. I'm working in a district now. I don't know if you're using Wonders or not, or if they're all similar. It's huge. It's gigantic. And the district that I'm working in, they took, and I have been watching this district struggle and work with these teachers, and I'm not even involved in the actual implementation of it, but I'm on the staff email list, and I can tell you that the amount of training and the amount of collaboration and the amount of time and the amount of time that the teachers are pulled out and the amount of time that they need to talk to each other while they're teaching it, while they're learning it, they get one teacher, one of the teachers I'm working with, resigned over winter break because she was so overwhelmed she couldn't do it anymore, and that's the truth of it, unfortunately, because she was a wonderful teacher. So I guess I'm concerned about whether there's an understanding, and I don't mean to undermine your expertises, but I see it, and I'm seeing it being implemented, and I'm just wondering if everybody realizes the toll it takes on the teachers to learn what is a vast system of record keeping, benchmarking, computer marking, it's just these teachers are inundated day in and day out with this, and I don't know if you're allowing for enough time, and that is a concern I will express for you to discuss at a later time.
And I would say, I think, your firsthand experience with it is very valuable. So if there's time for you to put your thoughts into an email that could be sent to the board, I think that would be great. We could pass that on to Michelle Callis. She could share those concerns with the teachers. If they sort of see it not in the kind of light that you do, I think any input is certainly valuable.
I appreciate that. The
I
other
also
thing
think as a board, I think it's very important to us that the teachers are in the driver's seat here, and that collaboration is there. And it's the teachers' expertise, really, in identifying.
Well, I love our teachers, so there's not one negative thing you're going to hear me say about our teachers. I'm actually concerned for the amount of stress and the time that they need if you really want them to get it right, the amount of time that you need to give them to get it right. Because no matter how much time you give them, it's not going to be enough. The other thing I was just going to say is if you're picking particular curriculums now and trying to align yourself with the core curriculums and all of that, and the extended core curriculums, that you maybe reach out to districts to see what they're using and see what they did in terms of their planning, because over and over again, I always think it's great to get it from people and not have to reinvent the wheel. And I can tell you, I'm sure that there's people out there probably better than I am that could tell you that, since I'm not involved in implementing it. Okay. But I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Let's see if I can write and introduce myself at the same time, because I know we're all tired. I also have been up since 4:15 this morning, so if I'm not articulate, I'm going to apologize now. Randy Sumner, 215 Amherst Street. I really, really, really hope that all the probably, 200 people who left the meeting earlier take the time to watch the rest of the meeting that unfolded after they left. Because it was a very interesting board meeting this evening, and I thank all of you for your conversation and your service together. And I really hope that those people who left also watch on TV and they listen, and those that are still here share with the community the fact that the past 15 minutes and the conversations that have occurred with the previous 3 people who came up and spoke is what board meetings used to be like. So I have now attended various board meetings with 4 different superintendents in this town. In addition, I grew up with a father who was an elementary school principal, and I attended board meetings as a child and as a teenager, just as you saw some students here earlier today. And I will tell you that the conversations that occurred, the back and forth, the acknowledgments from the community, the thank you, the simple responses and the little bit more complex ones are the way Highland Park board meetings used to be. And I would love to see this end of the evening be the conversation that happens throughout the whole evening, because I think some of the frustration, the anger, and the hours of public commentary that have been painful could possibly be avoided if there was a little bit more of that. So I thank you for that this evening, because that felt really good the past 15 minutes, hearing the back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Randy, I could not agree with you more. I've sat through 3 I've been in the school for years,
Certainly
but
you've sat through more than I have.
I've sat through 3 superintendents, and the way we've done it now has not been the way that I would be doing it. And
so thank you.
I thank you for your comments.
I think I've signed in already.
You got to do it again. Aaron Todd.
I really have very little to add to the last 2 speakers. I am so glad that I stayed here till this end. I think I saw something on this board going on, very much as what had happened or described by this previous speaker. Content, concrete content and discussion. Beth Stuckey brought to the podium some very concrete things about a particular program that's being used elsewhere. And although I'm not sure I understood everything that was being said, I get the impression that that might be the program that is brought here. Beth was very concrete. And by the way, I have to admit that I am a mathematician. I'm rather abstract, and I think that I and Mr. Capone have some similarities in that. What he had to say was of a very general nature, sort of an abstract nature. Oh, this is the way we sort of do things. Yes, you understand, and so forth and so on. I find a fellow being in Mr. Capone. But I do think in the position he is in, he needs to be far more concrete. Let me suggest to you and ask you as a board to let him speak more frequently, because I feel that especially in the interaction between Beth and Mr. Capone, there was a lot revealed. And I think that many people who are no longer in this room, and some who are still in this room, understand that there is a certain, I don't want to make an accusation, but emptiness. Listen carefully to what he has to say. And let him speak for himself. Don't try to interpret what it is that you think he's trying to say. Please. He demonstrates his qualities very well when he is allowed to. And let me congratulate as a board that you have, in fact, made some very large strides, I feel. It sounded that way, it felt that way, and I congratulate you. You did surprise me, though, earlier this evening, actually yesterday, I said, maybe the board will surprise us. And I think it has. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hi, I'll sign in for Aaron as well. I'm Kim Hammond, 255 Harrison Avenue. I know it's late. I just want to revisit this idea of Ms. Romano's replacement. So, Mr. Sherman, I'm glad that you brought it up, and I understand that the job is being posted next week. I just thought you could take a minute, and maybe the board hasn't discussed it, and maybe it's premature, but it would be great to be able to anticipate how that hiring is going to take place.
It was the first that I was hearing about it.
I didn't hear exactly what you said.
Okay. I was asking about Ms. Romano's, the principal of the Irving School, the replacement process. I know that Mr. Sherman brought it up, and you said that the job has been posted. I was curious what the process, though, was going to be for filling the position.
Well, we're going to post it this week. We have, you know, this is not something, or I guess the concern is that you're not going to be able to fill that at her departure date. So there's going to be a gap in service.
No, my concern is just who, in other words, so in the past that there's been a committee, and, oh, I didn't mean to interrupt, excuse me.
And so, you know, we're looking at approximately 2 weeks of posting that, and then it will go to a committee of parents and teachers within that building. From that selection, then we make a recommendation, and the recommendation goes to the Board of Education.
Great, thank you. And then just another quick, also this idea of perhaps you had, Mr. Ross talked about more open communication and some types of meetings where there could be give and take, but I'm wondering whether it makes sense to have, you know, like meetings or committees outside of where there's a board quorum, where there would be more of a task force directed at specific things like communication or
So I think the communication task force is something that exists, so, or sort of in process.
or this idea of, you know, this idea of dealing with a lot of the state issues that are coming, and whether that's something that could be handled, you know, beyond the board or beyond central administration.
Kim, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I know it's late and I'm fading. Just whether it could be handled. You know, what are the possibilities for handling, talking about the state mandates and implications beyond just the board dealing with it or a subcommittee dealing with it, whether that can be something that's a task force of, you know, a group of people beyond the board?
So, I mean, I think for me, I think I would want to sort of have a very specific sense of what the mission of the right. task force was. So if it's,
and I
let's say,
this wasn't an original idea of mine. Someone said to me recently
sure.
that this is something that I guess had 2 years ago she had served on such a committee.
Right. So if it's a question about, you know, educating the public or having a discussion with the public about the PARC assessment, NJ Achieve, new teacher evaluation systems, those kinds of things. I think we could certainly do that. I think if there were those kinds of concerns or questions, the board would just have to sort of be made aware of them, and then if it was possible to convene such a meeting or an open forum or something like that, I think that would certainly be well within our capabilities to do.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
For anybody. It's really hot. Yeah.
Hello, Robert Slevich, 123 Magnolia Street. This time I'll be very brief. I heard discussion that you're in negotiations on 400 Chromebooks, and right now we have an existing technology plan. It's been approved by the state of New Jersey. We do not have a new technology plan that I understand that has these 400 Chromebooks in it. Maybe there needs to be a change in the plan, but before we go and purchase 400...
What we actually discussed was that we are going to take a look at our technology plan before we do anything. This was already discussed and already agreed.
Yep, and I would ask that the technology plan that we currently have be posted to the website, and then also the assessment that came up with 400 Chromebooks as a need be also posted. When you download the PARC assessment from the state website, what I got when I entered in 115 students per grade, K through 12, and then figured out, all right, if we be conservative because we're in a budgetary crisis and we use 20 days for testing, what I got from that was that we needed 50 Chromebooks based on a very sound estimate of the number of computers on the carts. If you go run it the other way and you gave 1 day for testing and you figured you had all the money in the world, then you needed 1 computer per student. But I think we're trying to be a little bit more conservative, and I'd like to know where we came up with a number of 400.
We also have said that we're not only purchasing computers for the PARC assessment.
And as a board member, I would not, ever condone just purchasing computers for that purpose.
Right,
I think what we're thinking about is the fact that technology is moving forward, and in order to educate our children to have 21st century skills, we have to have some sense of technology. Yep. We agree we need a new technology plan, but computers are going to be a part of that, and we need to look at the cost of various computers, and this is part of getting the cost together.
This is the technology plan that was approved by this board in April of last year.
What we have already said is that we need to relook at our technology plan
and
have a new one.
That's very fair. And then the other thing, one of the things that Mr. Capone said was being looked at in October was the Gifted and Talented program and an expansion of the Gifted and Talented program to K through 12. And I was wondering what the status of that review of the Gifted and Talented program was and how it was going to be expanded to all the grades. And any kind of report on that in the near future would be great, because I know there's been many changes, very quickly, and this has been going on, been looking at it since October, so I was wondering what the status was. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Okay, so at this point, I need a motion to... Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Michelle McFadden DiNicola. Michelle McFadden DiNicola, 118 South 2nd Avenue. I don't think that we got an answer to lots of questions that we asked since November, so I don't know if anyone else is feeling relief or feeling like they got answers, but I don't feel like I got many substantive answers. Especially on this page here.
What page?
There's no page number. It says, I move that the Board of Education approve the bill list for November 16 through 30, 2013 in the amounts listed below. General current expense and then special revenue expense. And then each page subsequent is the same, so that really means nothing. Can you guys answer that? What does
I don't know
that
what
mean?
you're, I do not know what you're referring to, and I'm sure Linda.
If I can pass it to you, I can do that. I mean, it's right here.
Yeah, it's the attachment. It's that right there. Yeah.
Turn your mic on, Linda. No problem.
It's a summary page. The details are on our website. It's very voluminous, and we are trying to be somewhat paperless, but it's
It's
like
part
a
of
vain
it-
attempt.
It's part of one of the
There
attachments.
were
we
several
relieved.
bill lists
Yeah.
over the past, because we had a meeting only once a month, so,
These are on-
but the detailed list is posted on our website.
I just want to make it clear that there are so many questions that have not been answered. I don't feel like there have been any resolutions to anything since we asked in November. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. Technology plan, you need to check on that? Really? I don't know. I mean, you've had a long
There's
time
nothing
to
to
check
we're
on
not
that.
checking.
There's so many things that you said, I need to check on that, we need to check on that. I mean, check on it already, okay?
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Okay, I need a resolution to go into executive session at 6:30 PM on January 27th, 2014 at the Bartle School to discuss personnel, litigation, and negotiations.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.